Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry that a couple of times we've tried this and it failed, but we are back. Mets Digest, and today we have a very, very special day. The captain, David Wright, is getting his number retired. Not only that, he will be inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. And today we're doing a watch along here on Mets Digest. The ceremony is going to start soon out there at Citi Field. I have the game on right now, or the pregame, I should say, getting ready for it. And the ceremony, make sure you have it on your screen as we're going to be doing a little bit of a watch this together. That's what the watch along is today. That's going to be for the first hour or so. I'm just going to check to make sure that we are actually live here on Mets Digest. But regardless, that's going to be the first give or take hour. And then at 4:10, the Mets actually have a game. They are going to play against the Cincinnati Reds. And I will be broadcasting that game. For those of you that don't know, I am someone looking to go into sports broadcasting in the future, play-by-play commentation, whatever it is that I may be able to get my hands on. And therefore, I'm going to be calling this game. So I'm very excited to do so. Very excited to have you guys alongside with it. Looks like everything is good. We are up. The chat is live. And everything is good. All right, so we are officially in. Again, I apologize for the couple of times that this failed. I tried my best. I can't say I've done this many times, but yeah, for those of you just joining and for those of you starting up, we are going to be watching the ceremony first as we are back. David Wright getting his number retired, inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame as well. And then, of course, the Mets play the Reds, so I will be calling that game basically like a radio broadcast. Make sure you have the TV on in your background or wherever you're watching SNY. Make sure you can watch this ceremony alongside me. And this is the best place to have it here on Mets Digest because there's no commercials. You don't have to deal with ads. And here he is, working his way in. Well, looks like this is going to be more of the pregame, so we can listen to Gary Apple and Todd Zeile another time. But yeah, I'm just waiting. I wanted to make sure I was live when David actually got the number retirement. So that's that. Prepping over here, getting ready for the game, getting ready to call the game. Met lineup is out. That's what's on the screen right now. It's going to be Nims out in left, Lindor at short, Soto in right, Alonso at first. Vientos taking the DH role, Jeff McNeil out there in center, Mauricio third, Beatty at second, and Torrens behind the plate today as they're going through some of the best moments. September 26, 2012, when David took the reins for most hits in New York Met history. I'm, of course, wearing my David Wright shirt today. He led the team rather, in hits, as well as RBIs. He was second for a long time in home runs. Now he's third because Pete Alonso has 247 career shots. First in runs as well, 949. First in walks, 762. Now, it's going to be interesting to see. Juan Soto is 26 years old. Here's Steve Gelbs. We'll get to that point in just a second.
David Wright, the captain, is there one story? I know there are probably many, but is there one that really sticks out to you?
Well, Gary, you're right. There are so many, but there is one that really does stand out for my first year back in 2015. Listen, I was learning. I was young, and David was so nice and patient with me personally, but also ended up having a big impact on the way that some of the other guys treated me. So I remember it was pretty early in the season, and I had set something up with a player, I'm not going to name who it was, where we had to bring in a camera crew a little bit early to do an example of something that they do on the field. And so I come in, we had this whole thing set up, and I go over to the player at his locker, and he just looks at me and kind of leans back and says, I don't feel like doing it anymore today, maybe tomorrow. And so I, tucked the tail between my legs and walked away. I said, okay, guys, we're going to do it tomorrow. So we bring in the camera crew the next day, same exact thing happens. Now it happens a third straight day. And on that third day, I was clearly getting annoyed. And this player looked at me and he said, I'm getting under your skin a little bit, aren't I? And I said, well, if you don't want to do it, don't do it, but I've got to bring people in here. I don't know why we have to keep going day after day like this. And kind of gave a smirk, and I walked away. Anyway, fast forward to that night after the game. We're in the clubhouse, and that player comes over to me in the most genuine way possible and says, hey, I want to apologize for how I treated you. I promise you, if you bring the camera crew back tomorrow, I will do this for you. And I said, no, don't worry about it. You don't have to. He said, no, I should not have treated you that way. It was wrong of me. Let's do it tomorrow. And he did. I found out a week later the reason that the change in tone took place is that David saw on the third day the way that player was treating me and blowing me off, and he pulled him aside in the back and said, hey, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, but you will treat everyone with respect. They have a job to do, and if you agree to do something, then you follow through on that. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it, but you need to treat people the right way. And from that day on, that player never did I have an issue with him again. That's the type of guy that David Wright was. It wasn't just the people in the clubhouse. It was everybody. It was the media, the support staff. There was a way that you had to be treated, a standard that had to be upheld, and he made sure that everybody did uphold it.
Yeah, there was a respect factor with David Wright that has been there through all these years. Steve, we thank you. I know you've got conversations with Daniel Murphy and with David coming up here.
Oh, Murph.
A little bit. Earlier this week, SNY premiered a 2-hour documentary titled The Right.
All right, so as Mr. Gary Apple takes over with the documentary on David Wright from, I believe it was 2 days ago, Thursday night, called The Right Way. We'll talk about that coming forward, but that was a really cool story. I don't know if you guys are hearing in the background through my feed. I don't know if you guys are listening on your TVs or whatever, your laptops, regardless. But that was a really, really cool story that Steve Gelbs told. And he was a younger reporter. He got the back end of David's career, as Wright technically retired in 2018 because he played, I think it was 3 or 4 innings in that game against Miami on the last day that he ever played, because the Mets did him a favor and they brought him back literally for a day. But Gelbs really had about a year and a half with David, if that. He started in 2015. And I think that's really, really cool. I don't know who the player is. I actually have never heard that story before. I guess that hasn't come out. And yeah, really, really cool story with Gelbs and David Wright, obviously being just such an incredible guy. And we'll hear today, obviously, from the captain, but what I'm hoping today happens is he gives it off. He is a guy, and if you watch that documentary to tie it into that, to The Right Way, if David Wright is just a guy who doesn't think about himself. Like, he is the last person on his priority list. He puts others and everyone, his teammates, the media, regardless, above himself. So I hope he takes that same attitude, I guess, and puts the spotlight off of him for a minute and gives the captain title to Francisco Lindor. Now, I actually mentioned that a couple of times, and I heard a point in return, which is a little interesting, that maybe that's not the best idea, because it's heavily rumored right now that Wright is going to, at some point today, give the captain nod off to Francisco Lindor. But the one flaw with that is that Pete Alonso is on a technically 2-year deal, but he has a player option at the end of the year, and he's done a lot to prove that he could be captain as well, and he's a longer tenured Met than Francisco Lindor. Lindor came around before the 2021 season. Alonso obviously was there in 19 and 20, in addition to 21 through 25. So, yeah, I mean, that would be a problem, because he'd probably opt out. He'd probably be upset and irritated that he's not named captain and that Lindor is named captain instead. So he might opt out. I guess that would be the only downfall, but I really do see it happening. I don't know if you all saw, but MLB's official Instagram posted a video of basically some David Wright highlights, and then it was a little VO, and it was basically like, oh, he's the fourth captain in New York Met history, yada yada, and then it cuts right away to Francisco Lindor. That was posted on the official MLB Instagram. They later took it down. So that might be some foreshadowing. It might happen today. We might have Francisco Lindor be named the 5th captain in New York Met history after the 4th gets his number retired and is inducted into the Met Hall of Fame. But regardless, it'll be cool to see. I do hope that happens. I hope in the next hour or so, a little over an hour, that is something that transpires before today's game, and that Francisco Lindor's upsetting, I guess, at bat yesterday with bases loaded and 2 outs in the last inning, down 4, where he popped up, is the last at bat he ever has without a C on his New York Met uniform. But speaking of seeing, we'll see that going forward. We'll see if that actually happens. Again, we're just waiting here. This is a combination of Met pregame and David Wright talking. You heard Daniel Murphy is going to talk later. During the important stuff, like when Steve Gelbs talks, when they go down to the field, I'll obviously be a little bit more quiet. I'll put the TV on and I'll just go for my reaction. But for now, while they talk on the pregame, it's more just a matter of, us talking. And I'll try and, I guess, fill some time by talking about David. The one thing that I was talking about with the walks is David is number 1 all-time in a New York Met uniform in walks with a little over 750. I'm very curious to see, at the age of 26, obviously, Juan Soto signed with the New York Mets, and he is such a walk machine. I'm curious to see that over his 15-year deal, if he actually surpasses David Wright in walks. My assumption is he would, because it's 15 years for a deal, and 10 years, I don't know the math specifically, but 10 years would be a total of 75 walks per season for 750 total. And Soto will easily get 75 walks a season, I believe. I would say he gets around 100. I don't have the stats with me right now, but I believe that's going to be the case. So it'll be interesting to see if over the course of 15 years he can get, that would be, time to do some math. 75, 37 and a half. About like 50 walks, I think, a season it would be for Juan Soto. So that seems very, very doable, given who Juan Soto is, to get 50 walks in a given season. I'm going to go pull up his stats right now, see how many he has right now. About 100 games into the season, a little less than 100 games into the season. Pull up Juan Soto. Yeah, Soto already has 69 walks this season. Now, he will probably digress at some point, or regress, I should say. He'll probably fall off a little bit in terms of the walks, but when he's putting up, what is he on pace for? 100 walks, give or take, a season, he'll easily surpass that 750, or I believe it was 769 for David Wright. So that'll be interesting to see going forward how the long-term deal of Juan Soto, maybe even Francisco Lindor, how that does something to David Wright in terms of the stuff that he has and in terms of his accolades. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I'm just personally really excited. I was talking about this, I think it was yesterday. I ended up watching The Right Way, the documentary, yesterday. I didn't watch it on Thursday. But I basically grew up with David Wright. Like, he was the guy that I looked to. He was the guy that I watched when I watched the New York Mets, or when I was watching baseball. It was like, hey, David Wright is on the screen. I'm going to tune in. So that was awesome. And I'm really, really just stoked right now that he is getting his number retired, that he's being inducted into the Met Hall of Fame. Steve Cohen is really, really great. He does what it takes for the guys. He's a Francisco Lindor ad, by the way. He cares about the fans because he is a fan himself, and it's awesome. I mean, if it wasn't for Jacob deGrom, I would say David's easily my favorite Met of all time. It could be Wright, maybe deGrom. I'm really, honestly, neck and neck with the two. Absolutely love both of them. And it's awesome that David is finally getting what he deserves today. He's finally getting that recognition, which is awesome. Make sure you drop. Oh, Johan Santana.
I just want to congratulate you and I let you know that I'm very proud of you. I'm very happy for you and your family for what you about to accomplish. I think it is an honor being your teammate, and I know we went through a lot of stuff together, struggles and happiness and all the stuff that we went through, and I'm happy that I was part of it. I was your teammate, and I'm very proud of you. It couldn't happen to a better person. Well deserved. Now that you're gonna go into immortality with Mets, I wish you all the best, and enjoy your time, and with because you deserve, it's well deserved. Wish you all the best. You live it, amigo.
I like it. Good to see Johan Santana. Darryl Strawberry, the last Met to have his number retired.
That's awesome.
Instagram earlier today and posted the following quote: "Congratulations on this amazing day for you and your family, David Wright. Well deserved, my brother." We get a look at the field out
Man,
there
that's
at
awesome.
Citi Field.
And look at the field. That's cool. They got the number 5 out there engraved in center field, and also they have the number 5 in the orange circle with like the white and the orange stripes, basically like a Met uniform. They have that number 5 on the apple as well, so that is sick. That's going to be really, really cool during the game. So obviously, hopefully, someone hits a home run today for the Metsies. But that's that. We're still waiting on David Wright. Honestly, the more I think about it, I could have started this a little bit later, as this is still the pregame. For those of you that are just joining, I will be with you for the next hour for the David Wright ceremony. We'll be listening to David together. We're gonna listen to Daniel Murphy, as Gary Apple alluded to. There's some more highlights. Oh, of course, back in 06, the walk-off against Mariano Rivera. Big man Mo. Greatest closer of all time. Yeah, he said in that documentary, In the Right Way, if you didn't listen to it or you didn't watch it yet, make sure you go do so. That was an absolutely wonderful documentary. But he said in it, he was like, yeah, I think that was my moment where I knew I belonged. As they're showing a graphic right now, he has the most walk-off hits by a Met of all time. I love that Wilmer Flores is tied for second. Absolutely love that guy. But it's very interesting to see because the Mets never had someone really, really long term from a position player standpoint. You think of the Mets and you think of pitchers. You think of Jacob deGrom's 8 years with the Mets. You think of Doc Gooden. You think of Jerry Koosman. You think of Tom Seaver. You think of all of these big names from the pitching side. There's not really as many big names on the offensive side, which is why David is just great. But with that, right now you have 3 Mets that are long tenured from a position player standpoint. You have Pete Alonso, who is now in his 7th season with the New York Mets. You have Francisco Lindor, who's now in his 5th season in New York. Lindor, not as much in terms of will he break some of David Wright's records, but I think the big one to look at is Juan Soto. Juan Soto is in here on a 15-year deal, and if you say, oh, there's an opt-out after 5 years, well, yes, there is, but the Mets can buy that out. They can buy the opt-out out, so to speak, which they will do. 99% sure I don't see a world in which they don't do that. So that with that, I see Juan Soto breaking a lot of these records. David Wright, 1777 hits of all time. Oh, here's Murph. Hold on.
So close to David. Just what is your anticipation level for what today will be like?
Look, great excitement. I've been kind of trying to
Nice suit.
praise it as much as I can, and just how grateful I am personally. And then, what he's done for me and my family, and then the teammates that are going to be out here, managers, general managers, and all the fans. You could already see the number 5 jerseys rolling in as we were coming on the bus. So it's a wonderful day of celebration.
What do you remember about the first time you met him?
I would say, because it was in spring training, but before camp had started, and just his calm confidence that he had. Like, he knew, he was sure of himself, not just in baseball, but I think in life, and what he wanted to do, and how he wanted to get there, and how he wanted to go about being a baseball player, and then a husband, a father, and a teammate that we've all got to enjoy.
You said in the documentary that he had this way of taking you outside of yourself and making you feel a part of something bigger. What exactly did you mean by that?
Well, David had a way of, even when you made mistakes, he had a way of teaching you about your mistakes, I think, to make you better within the greater good of the ball club, but also wonderful at praising you for the things that you did well. Always there. And then we always got a chance to see that he played every day. He played banged up. He was always posting, always at his locker after a ball game to advocate.
Uh-oh.
So hopefully that's what I was going for.
Well, to that point, playing banged up, especially in 2015, and that incredible run that you were a huge part of.
Oh, he was incredible.
You guys as a
insane.
Group? Obviously, you're in it, you're trying to achieve a goal, but to do it, witnessing what he had to get through to get back to that point.
Well, you see the sacrifices he had made, and then we saw it firsthand. Obviously when he got back to us, but we knew what was going on in spring training down in St. Lucie and just what he was putting his body through, and the 4 months to do that, to get back and just to get like our leader. Like I still think back to the play that he had that he scored from first in DC, and it's just that's the
On
guy
the pump.
we're following, and he's
Yeah.
here and he's laying it on the line for us. So yeah, it was really special and inspirational.
Well, Daniel, appreciate a few minutes here today. Should be a really, really special day, and glad to see you again.
Yeah, great celebration. Let's do it.
Yes, indeed.
So I saw a couple of new people have joined. Welcome to or welcome back to Mets Digest. I'm your host, Mike Duda. Today, David Wright is getting his number retired, the big number 5. He's getting inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. We've been listening to a couple guys. We heard from Steve Gelbs, told a really, really cool story about how there was a player basically sticking him up, and then, oh, hold on. Oh, they're showing something on the big screen, but they're just still setting everything up in the middle infield, which is interesting because it's 3:03 right now, and the Mets do have a baseball game at 4:10. At least that's what it's scheduled for. So that's interesting. But, yeah, like I was saying, we've heard from Gelbs, who told that cool story, how a player was sticking him up, and Gelbs later learned that David basically talked to that player, and then it was mutual respect between Gelbs and the unknown player. Gelbs didn't want to say a name, and basically Gelbs wanted to do something with the play. It was like, I guess, not an interview, but I don't know, something along those lines, basically like a piece of media work, and the player stuck him up for 3 consecutive days. There was a camera crew there and all that. And what Gelbs learned a week after is that the guy, after the game, after the 3rd day of sticking up Gelbs, he came back and he was like, hey, I'm sorry, let's do whatever it was that they were supposed to do. And Gelbs learned a week after that David that day talked to the player and basically told him to get his act together and was like, hey, you can't be doing this. You have to respect the other person. So I thought that was wonderful. So we've heard from Gelbs. We just heard from Daniel Murphy. We also heard from Johan Santana, the only New York Met to throw a no-hitter, a solo no-hitter, that is. Of course, the 2022 no-hitter was combined between 5 pitchers, one of which still remains on the New York Met team in Edwin Diaz. We'll hope to see him today. But like I was saying, with all these new people, we've heard from some of the better names here from the New York Mets, some big guys in David's career. Santana, Murphy. We heard from Steve Gelbs. We will hear from David Wright. We'll have the whole ceremony. I'll be giving you my live reaction. Stay tuned. Put it on your TV and watch along. That's the watch along. And then when the Mets actually play, since the game itself isn't necessarily as important, it's still an important game, don't get me wrong, because every game is important. But considering right now it's game 99 of the season, it's not like a super intense game where you'd want to see my reactions to the game. So instead, what I'm going to be doing is pursuing or practicing what I want to pursue in the future with my career goal of play-by-play commentation. I want to be someone like a Gary Cohen, who, funny enough, I've actually interviewed before, which I thought was just, that was the coolest moment ever. But regardless, that's what I'll be doing. So basically, it'll be like a radio. Oh, his home run in the World Series. Yeah, so basically it'll be like a radio broadcast. I'll be doing play-by-play. But for now, we're enjoying the ceremony, and we are enjoying the celebration.
David getting his moment in the 2015 World Series, number 5. Just one of 4 captains in the history of the Mets franchise. He followed Keith Hernandez, Gary Carter, and John Franco. And on yesterday's edition of Baseball Night in New York, the manager of the Mets when David was in his prime there, Terry Collins.
Oh, Terry.
Why he decided to name
Absolutely love him. We'll talk about him after he speaks.
I thought we needed a force in the clubhouse. I thought we needed somebody that the guys could go to if there was a question. Sometimes they don't want to talk to the manager or they don't want to talk to the coaches. So, and I knew his impact on the team and the way, like I said, when he walks in, he got people's attention. So I asked him in spring training to consider being a captain. He didn't want to do it in the beginning, didn't want to do it, but when I went to Sandy and Jeff and Fred, they said, absolutely. if he's willing to do it. And he took some time, and I still think it's one of the, outside of writing the names in the lineup, is the best decision I ever made.
David, why was it so important to you to get your teammates' blessings?
I mean, I think that, anytime you don't want to be named captain, you want to earn the respect and be viewed as a captain. So, to me, it was important that every guy in that clubhouse, and trust me, I appreciate it to the moon, and Terry and I were about as close as a player manager could get. So, and, Terry says there were times where guys didn't want to come talk to the manager. There was times where, after a tough loss, where Terry's bright red in the face, I didn't want to talk to the manager either. So, so I second that. But, the relationship that we had, there was always an honest one. And, I told Terry, I said, if you can find somebody, another veteran or a couple veterans that go around and get the blessing of the players, and if they have any problems with it, let them know. I don't want to be an awkward moment between me and a player that doesn't really view me in that light. And if you get the blessing of the players, then I'll accept it. But, Terry, being the great manager, the great, kind of mentor, and, putting all those personalities together, I think handled it perfectly.
What about you? You always look at him as a captain even before he was named the captain?
No even better person than him to do that. He was the guy who always, like I said, show first in the. I try to be fair in the stadium before this guy. I never can do it. I said, D-Right, what you doing here at 1 o'clock afternoon? I show like 2:30, and he already dressed so ready to work out. He's a sample for the young guy, and whoever play in the organization, people know that he got a lot of respect for everyone.
One of my favorite things, David, about your career, and there are a lot of them, but the return in 2015.
Oh, yeah.
How challenging
That
was
homer.
that on you, not only physically but mentally as well, to try to come back and contribute to that 2015 team?
Well, I mean, I think that you nailed it. I mean, it's I watch these games a lot, doing a lot of my rehab, doing a lot of my doctor visits on the West Coast with a specialist. And watching a lot of those games, you feel like you become distant with your teammates and the team. And Terry, his coaching staff, the players would FaceTime me frequently or give me a call to see how I was doing. And I think that allowed me to feel like I was part of that unit. And then coming back, Sandy did a great job in trading for a couple third basemen, Juan Uribe, Kelly Johnson. They were doing a great job at third base. So when I came back, I told Terry, and I said, Terry,
Mentioned this in the documentary.
Here, I want to win. The team's rolling. Don't mess anything up. Play me against lefties. Hit me eighth. Pinch hit me against lefty. Whatever you got to do to help this team win. And he goes, I'm glad you came in here. We had this conversation. You're in third tonight. I was like, let's do this.
True story. Sal, I'm going to tell you that's exactly what he said. And again, you always get questioned about, why did you name this guy captain? Well, that pretty much explains it. Always team first. Always has been. Always will be. Never changed. And that's why he is the person he is. And his respect for the sport, his respect for his teammates and the fans. He said, I just want to help. I just want to help. You don't have to worry about me. And I said, well, guess what? You're hitting third now. Well, then what's he do?
Yeah, I remember.
There's that homer.
That was my favorite. It was incredible. He comes back in Philadelphia that first.
There he is. All right, we got a couple comments here. Yeah, make sure you guys are commenting throughout today. I received my Mets Nike shoes today from Carrie. That is awesome. I didn't think that was a thing. I didn't think that there were actually Met shoes. That's really, really cool. Other thing is come back to South. Well, thank you. I'm glad my legacy in high school was good enough. A couple of things from the past couple of minutes and from that scene of Baseball Night in New York. We speak of the scenery or the scene. That was awesome. The backdrop. They usually don't do that on Baseball Night in New York, as they're showing right now. David, when he came off the field for the last time. Hey, it's Yoenis Cespedes. Todd Frazier, my man, Wilmer Flores. That team was awesome. Like 2015 to 2019. Obviously, the 2020s have been pretty solid for the Met organization, but just some of those years were great. I love looking back at old games and just seeing some of the players. But that was an awesome cast as well for Baseball Night in New York. They're not available to the public. Wow. Okay, I like that little. I guess private shoes, or not, like you said, not available to the public, maybe custom. That is really, really cool. That's something that I would 100% invest in, A, and 100% rock, B. That would be awesome. Other thing that we heard from that Baseball Night New York clip, team first. David is absolutely a team first player. If you watched The Right Way, that documentary, inside PSL. Okay. Ooh, I might have to go get one of those. that is, again, that's something I would definitely invest in. That's sick. But yeah, David being a team first player, if you watch the documentary, there was a story how Noah Syndergaard in a spring training game in 2015. Keep in mind, he was a big prospect. You knew he was going to be good. There's some more stuff from Todd Zeal, but he's just talking, I think, pregame.
Yeah, simple mechanics, but
Yeah, he's giving a analytical dive onto David. But with that team first, the story with Syndergaard, remember, he's a big prospect, he's a big name, he's throwing 100 miles an hour, he's going to be good. You saw his first couple of years, 15, 16, even 2017, he was great. And he ended up eating lunch during a Met scrimmage. It was an inter-squad game down in Port St. Lucie, and David basically, this was the one blemish, not even a blemish, but one thing that he was mad at himself for doing, and he basically called out Syndergaard to the media, and he wasn't mad about what he did. He was fine with calling out Syndergaard because Noah was in the wrong. He didn't do the right thing. You can't eat in the middle of the game, obviously. You can't go to the clubhouse and just eat lunch in the middle of a baseball game. But what David didn't like is that he approached it from the media first. He talked to the media and told the situation to the media prior to talking just to Noah, or even mentioning it to the media was probably a problem because he said, look, I should have just dealt it to you. He's like, I don't regret what I said. I don't regret what I did, but I regret having the media be involved because now we both have to ask questions. But other than that, he was just such the definition of a captain. And I think that story goes to show it best. And like I was saying earlier, for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome. Welcome to Mets Digest. But what I was saying earlier is how I think and how a lot of people think, because it's rumored, David Wright might be handing off the captain to Francisco Lindor right now. Obviously, we haven't had a captain since 2018 in David Wright. He was the fourth in Met history, and I think, and a lot of people think, he will end up giving Francisco Lindor the fifth captain in New York Met history honor, which could have its problems in itself because Pete Alonso might end up leaving, having a player option this year. But with that aside, I relate the story with Syndergaard to Francisco Lindor because, look at this, he put his body on the line at all times. He is something else. Oh, this play is devastating. Give me 1 second before I return to this story. This play was heartbreaking. Oh, they're just going to break it down. That was the play that they're showing right now, the one against the Astros, where ball gets by second. He's backing up at third base, and he cuts on an angle to go and get Lee. I don't remember Lee's first name, but the runner on Houston, he's running towards third base. Lee, Wright cuts, and then he dives, and he tags him, but his head like kind of bopped around as he was landing, and that's where all of the spinal and the neck problems started for David. Oh, here's the one-handed catch. That was incredible. But I'm sorry, guys. I get off track very, very easily. But like I was saying with Lindor, look at last year. Last year, Francisco Lindor held a players-only meeting after Jorge Lopez threw his glove into the stands. Everyone was like, hey, that's not right. Mendoza basically called him out for it, and rightfully so. And then they DFA'd him, and then Lindor called the players-only meeting because he showed initiative, he showed leadership, and said, hey, it's only May. We're not out of this. Like, let's go. Let's wake up. Let's not do these dumb things. Let's be normal baseball players. Let's not throw our gloves into the stands. And with that player-only meeting, it turned around the season. And the Mets went on an absolute tear in June, and they continued. They stayed hot throughout the rest of the year and obviously made it to the National League Championship Series, and we're just 2 games away from the World Series. So it's the similar traits between Lindor and Wright as they're going to another commercial break. All the chairs are set up, so my assumption is this is going to be the last commercial break before we hear from the captain and before the ceremony starts, as Citi Field's starting to fill up. 7 line is out there next to the apple and in between the bullpen and the apple. So if you got any comments, write them right now. We got 2 new to go over, and I say write your comments now because I'm going to be obviously watching the ceremony, and you'll hear my live reaction, hence the watch along. But we got Radiant Valorant saying, watching the Mets game yesterday, I found myself thinking I'm about to have a heart attack at the Bo decisions. Can a brother hit 18 before that happens? Funny. And Michigan can't watch the game. Hopefully we can see it again on YouTube. Yes, I hope so. So what I also hope is that I hope when I have the game on, not on mute, why can't we watch the ceremony now? We are watching the ceremony now. It's just at a commercial break, and what I'm hoping is that it's loud enough that you guys can hear it. I can't have it on for you on the screen because copyright, but I believe I can have the audio in the background. So I hope you guys can hear said audio in the background, where David talks and where he's going to get introduced. My assumption is by Howie Rose, because Howie has done basically everything for these kind of ceremonies. So I hope that is the case when we get back from commercial break. We'll test that out. But yeah, we're a couple moments away. We're gonna get this ceremony underway soon. Again, for those of you new, for those of you that are just joining, welcome to Mets Digest. Welcome to our live stream today about David Wright getting his number retired and inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. I'm here talking you through it right now. You'll have my live reactions during the ceremony, and then afterwards, the Mets do play a baseball game, and it's not the most important game of the year. It's game 99. All games are important, don't get me wrong, but because it's not like a World Series game or a playoff game or a game to get into the playoffs, I won't be just having my reactions on as here I think he's going to talk. I will be calling the game, like play-by-play commentation.
David was the leader.
That's so cool. Just everyone doing everything in New York. Oh, with the fire department. Yep, police officers. He was big with the FDNY and the NYPD. Mariano Rivera, walk off. Against the Padres. That was insane. Yep. September against Washington, 2015. Of course, October 30th. Yes, that's probably my favorite David Wright highlight because I actually remember that. I was a big fan at the time. I was old enough to remember that. Of course. Yeah, that homer against Philly was awesome. All right, still not hearing from David. So we'll continue responding to comments. Radiant Valorant, thanks for all of your comments today. Do you think the Mets will add a bat? I don't want to give anyone up from the top 5. I trade Ronnie and Beatty in a potential 3-team trade. I don't think a 3-team trade is necessary. I think if the right offer is on the table in a 3-team trade, that's fine. I would pursue that. But yeah, David has a beautiful swing. He's the man. Oh, they're catching up with him. Hold on.
Man, I don't know. That's such a good question. I'm nervous, a little anxious, excited, humbled. You never know how it's going to hit you until you see it. Like, I've been getting photos the last couple of days of, the
There it
number
is.
covered up and the number 5 in the outfield and, the logo on the hat. And it all just seems so surreal. But I guess it's starting to hit me, and I guess the best way I can describe it is appreciation. I appreciate the relationship that I have, not only with the organization, but the fans and the city. And I think the best way, I hope that everybody views this as kind of a joint celebration. And I want this to be about everybody because it legitimately took everybody, to have success on the field and to really understand the relationship, that unbreakable relationship I have with the city and this fan base.
So you mentioned the word appreciation. I know that you're not fully comfortable with all eyes just being on you, but do you fully appreciate the impact that you had on so many and still do in this organization and in this city?
See, I would argue that it's the opposite, that they've had such a greater impact on me. Very rarely have I seen a a 21-year-old kid from Virginia be welcomed with open arms and witness some good times, a lot of bad times, a lot of errors, a lot of striking out, but continuously have my back and show that support and appreciation to root me into to playing better when I'm not playing well. So, I thank you for the compliment, but I think it's the other way where, the impact's been made on me.
Why do you think that was then? This is a fan base that notoriously doesn't always have the backs, especially during tough times. So why do you think you connected on such a level where no matter what was going
Probably
on,
because it's a Met fan growing
they
up,
did
no?
have your back like that?
And I think that from an early age that I hope to prove that I was one of them. I grew up a Mets fan. My father was a police officer. My mother drove our school bus. So, it was a blue-collar community, and that's how I wanted to play the game, as a blue-collar player. And I think that, the fan base appreciated that. I think they respected that. And I think that they give me the benefit of the doubt. Now, I couldn't go out there and stink. I hear that. But I think they gave me the benefit of the doubt when maybe, other players wouldn't have received that benefit.
As you're leading up to today, how much do you reflect back on you as a kid going to the Tides games and dreaming of just stepping onto the field one day? I'm sure this day is not a dream you could have even thought about having.
Yeah, no chance. No chance. I mean, I think that, my parents did a great job of, my whole goal was to try to play college baseball. If I could have done that, it would have been a tremendous accomplishment. So to be sitting here talking to you today, you can't help but to start reminiscing about my dad making a homemade tea, with the concrete and the PVC, and then getting some old fishnet, hanging them between two trees, and hitting baseballs that were falling apart at the seams until dark. So I think those little things start creeping in your mind. I'm sure they will, when I'm out there on the field, because it was a lot of hard work, obviously, but a lot of God-given talent and a lot of people wanting me to succeed to get to this point, and obviously very thankful for that.
You had so many wonderful moments over the course of your career. Do you have a favorite one, though?
My favorite one, without a doubt, would be the home run in Game 3 of the 2015 World Series. Now I can rewind a little bit and go to the walk-off against Mariano to kind of bookend it, I guess, to where, to me, that walk-off against Mariano was a bit of a coming-out party and gave me so much confidence moving forward. And then the cherry on top was the homer when I knew, deep down inside, looking back on it, that the end was near for me. So, for me, those two moments on the field, one at Shea, one here at City, were nice bookends to a dream come true.
You mentioned that 2015 run, and that was my first year doing this. And I remember, there was a moment when we talked to you, I think it was in San Diego, and from the outside looking in, it seemed like you weren't sure if you were going to be able to ever play again. So with that as the context, I guess, A, how much doubt was there at points during that season for you personally? And then how much did the entirety of that run end up meaning to you based on what you had to do to get back there?
Well, you're aging like a fine wine, Steve. You're aging like a fine wine.
I don't believe you, but I appreciate it.
I think the motivating factor was I did a lot of my rehab, and the specialist that I was seeing was out in California. So I was watching a lot of the games on TV, and I saw, I saw from afar, the connection and the way that these guys were pulling the rope in the same direction. And I think that was the only motivating factor that I needed, was to get back out there and try to be a contributing factor on that team. They did an unbelievable job when we had those injuries of keeping their head above water. And then trade deadline to make the team better, to add some complementary pieces, and then to add Cess, kind of at the last minute. I just wanted to be a small part of that run. And I think that sitting there doing those 2-a-day rehabs, that was just in the back of my mind, like, let me get out there and help these guys in any way that I can.
Well, David, on behalf of everybody that has known you, covered you, thank you for everything. Nobody more deserving, and I hope you're able to take it all in and really enjoy it today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. It's you're the best, and it's always a pleasure coming back and really, really enjoy catching up.
He is the absolute best. There is nobody better than David Wright. All right, let me get to some comments real quick before the ceremony hopefully starts sooner rather than later. Yes, he was a Met fan growing up. He grew up right near the Tidewater Tides AAA stadium back when the AAA affiliate of the Mets was the Tidewater Tides. So he grew up right around the street from that stadium. So he was obviously there all the time. He went to a bunch of AAA games, and therefore he was a Met fan because of it. So he grew up a Met fan from Virginia and literally lived out his dreams, like you said, Radiant Valorant. That's exactly what he did. He lived the dream. He played for his favorite team, and now he's getting his number retired and inducted into his favorite team's Hall of Fame. Absolutely incredible story. He worked his way up, obviously, through the minors, was a top prospect, first round pick in the competitive balance round, and lived a phenomenal legacy. One of the greatest New York Mets of all time. And speaking of the team, let's go back to 2025. Let's go back to this comment about a potential 3-team trade. I agree 100% the New York Mets need to go out and get a bat. I don't know what kind of bat, though, because you want to upgrade. A lot of people want to upgrade at center field right now. A lot of people don't like McNeil playing center field, which I disagree with because he has gotten more and more games out there in center field. Yes, we have Syracuse now. That's now their AAA affiliate. Syracuse Mets was formerly the Las Vegas 51s too. That was so interesting because you couldn't call someone up right away from Syracuse like you can now or somewhere close. But when it comes to getting a bat, I'd focus on the catching position. As you might get something here. I would want a catcher. Here it is. We'll talk a little bit trades later. Oh, his wife. Oh, his kids. They're huge. They got big. In the documentary, they're like yay big. They're like this tall. Aw. All right, here's the open. So we still do not have David on the field quite yet. Yeah, first homer in 2015 was incredible. The one where he came back at Citizens, hit an absolute moonshot, I might add. That was in the third deck of Citizens Bank, out there in left field. But going back to getting a bat, I like Jose Trevino from the Cincinnati Reds. And let me check the lineup right now, see if Trevino is in the lineup. He's been cold of late, but overall, he's a solid defensive catcher. Unfortunately, he's not in the lineup, but he is a solid defensive catcher, and I think he's the best option where it's not going to cost too much, an option that's actually doable to upgrade behind the plate, because for some reason they're still starting Tyler Stevenson behind the plate for half or more than half of their games, that being the Cincinnati Reds. So I think Trevino is not too big of an ask. I think it's an upgrade at the catching position. Then third base or center field. I like Eugenio Suarez a lot. I know he's been rumored to potentially go to the Yankees, even though the Yankees might go get Ryan McMahon. So that, I guess, is, who's going to get who. I hope the Mets, if they do upgrade at third, get Eugenio Suarez. But I think after they upgrade the catching spot, a center fielder is a position that I don't think is a bad upgrade. You'll hear later in the game, Austin Hayes is having a really, really solid season after coming back from injury with Cincinnati. So he would be a good upgrade out there. I've always liked Cedric Mullins. I don't think he's a terrible upgrade. I don't want Luis Robert. That's for certain. I do not want to upgrade to Luis Robert. I know there are a couple of other bats that are rumored to be moving. But right now, you got to focus on the catching position. I'd say Jose Trevino is going to be your number one. Go out and get. And then maybe someone like an Austin Hayes if he's available. The Reds are very well in it right now, so he might not be available. And that's the thing with when you go early into trade talks. When trade talks were in June and mid-June, early June, mid-June, you don't know how the team is going to fare. That's why Aroldis Chapman was rumored to be almost guaranteed off the block. But now the Red Sox have been red hot, so the Red Sox are probably going to end up keeping Aroldis Chapman. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out as the ceremony might be starting. What's up, Adam, our other content creator? No. Ooh, that looks like a golden base. That is cool with David Wright. Not starting yet. David Wright is uncle level now. Yes, but he will always have a special place in my heart and plenty of other Met fans. I can almost guarantee you that. Want Mullins too? Yeah, I wouldn't mind Mullins. I agree though. I'd want to have him cheap, because he is not the best production wise. He's not someone that's a superstar, and I don't think you should have to give up superstar talent to go out and get Cedric Mullins. I know that you were mentioning Beatty and Mauricio. Did you say Mauricio? You said Beatty and Ronnie Mauricio. I actually completely disagree. I think out of the 4 third basemen that you have, including Vientos and Luis Angel Acuna, I think the one to get rid of most, or the 2 to get rid of most, would be Vientos and Acuna. Beatty has been hot lately. I'll probably end up mentioning this in the broadcast, but his past 2 weeks, he has been red hot. He's finally seen it offensively, and you see the defense. He's a solid defender, and Ronnie Mauricio just has the raw talent. He's got the pieces. He has immense pop. His arm is nuts. He reminds me a lot of, let's see if I have his name here, our second round pick, or our second pick in the draft. Antonio Jimenez. He reminds me a lot of Antonio Jimenez. That being Mauricio. Raw talent, raw power, raw arm strength. And I think that'll go a long way. So I would keep Mauricio. I think right now, the guy that is most likely to go is actually Mark Vientos. So we'll see. Highest ceiling Mauricio, Adam. Yes. Out of the 4, highest ceiling is definitely Mauricio. If we get Eugenio, no. Eugenio would be a third baseman. Yeah, highest ceiling is Mauricio. And we're going to Maricel Castro. Here it is. Here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to Citi Field, where today the New York Mets retire the captain, David Wright's number 5. We ask that you please direct your attention to the field and welcome our Master of Ceremonies, a member of the Mets Hall of Fame and the radio voice of the Mets,
Howie.
Thank you so much. And welcome to one of the most anticipated and happiest occasions, not only in the 17-year history of Mets baseball here at Citi Field, but in the entire 64 years that the Mets have been in business. Who knew? When the Mets selected an 18-year-old from Virginia with a 38th overall pick in the 2001 draft, that just 3 short years later, David Allen Wright would arrive at Shea Stadium and almost instantly change the trajectory of the New York Mets in dramatic fashion. Now, there would be plenty of on-field achievements and recognition to come, and we'll touch on those shortly. But today, we're here not only to present the highest honor that a team can bestow upon one of its players, but to celebrate the person who did so much for so many here in New York. The Mets' beloved captain, number 5, David Wright.
There he is. That base is sick. The golden base over at third. That's awesome.
On the field for today's ceremony, please welcome the owners of your New York Mets.
Yes. Greatest thing to happen in this franchise is the 2 of them buying this team. Greatest thing to happen in this franchise. Mendy! No Stearns? Stearns didn't want to show up today?
Mets PR legend, alumni director,
Jay.
David's closest friends. They've loved him since 1980. Jay Horwitz. Long-time visiting clubhouse manager, Tony Carrillo. Tony's sister, Karen Regazzi. We continue by welcoming
Here's the fam.
David's loved ones. David's mother, Lisa Wright. David's father, Ron Wright.
Whoa, look at how old his son is. He got old, man.
And as we can all attest,
Wow.
they did one heck of a job.
Aw.
Now David's children, Brooks, Olivia, Madison,
And his wife.
and David's wife, Molly.
Soto.
Now, teammates and friends from David's career.
Murph.
One of David's very best friends, longtime Mets
Yep, bullpen catcher.
Dave
Yeah.
Canelo. David's longtime agent and former Mets infielder, Keith
Yep.
Miller.
Basically convinced David to stay here when he hit free agency. Check out the documentary.
Hall of Famer and former hitting coach, who was
Ojo!
former Mets manager, New York's own Willie Lindor.
They did him dirty when they fired him.
And the man who managed more games than anyone in the history of the New York Mets, Terry Collins.
I underappreciated him so much when he was the skip. He is the man. Love Terry.
Fan favorite, Super Joe McEwing.
Look at that fedora.
Member of the 2006 Division Champion Mets, Cliff Floyd.
He was on MLB Network with Al Leiter and David. That was cool.
From Southern California, former Met Josh Sutton. Longtime friend and later teammate of David's from their Virginia days, Michael Kodai.
I wonder if they got it Ryan Zimmerman. They probably didn't.
One of the most popular
No, they didn't.
franchise
Jose! Look at that suit!
Jose Reyes.
Wow, look at that suit on him. That's awesome.
And
Lindor.
we'll never forget his moments in the 2015
Murph!
Daniel Murphy. Now, describing David Wright as a seven-time All-Star, a two-time Gold Glove, and two-time Silver Slugger Award winner, it only scratches the surface. We're thrilled to celebrate all that David achieved on the field for the Mets.
And off.
Even more important is how he impacted people. He was always available to meet his fans. And if someone was in particular need, David would go above and beyond. We all rooted so hard for him to recover from his various physical challenges, and that's why his home run in 2015 in Philadelphia, in his
Yep.
first plate appearance, in his first game back after a grueling 4-month rehab, remains one of the all-time goosebump
Yeah, Jake DeGrom didn't even have it that day.
The captain was back, and 2 months later, he and the Mets were in the World Series. And you might recall that David homered right here in Game 3. Such
Yep,
wonderful
left center.
memories. And so at this time, we ask you to please turn your attention to the City Vision board and enjoy this very special tribute to the man we honor today.
Try to make this my second home in New York. I'm originally from Virginia, but New Yorkers have welcomed me with open arms. That's what New York baseball is all about. It's the greatest stage to perform on.
David Wright does it for the first time in the big leagues. You ever watch a man walk into a room and everything gets quiet?
That's
It's
David.
because there's a weight to him, a presence. What if I told you a story that begins with that same man and how he exits?
And the captain is heading off for one final time.
Walking out to a thunderous wall of noise, love in every decibel.
This is love.
A foundation built over time, poured into the red clay dirt fields of Virginia, where sweat met soil and discipline took root. Mentors passed down to him unwritten rules. Every inning has a heartbeat.
When I look back on it, I hope to be half the parents that they were to me and my brother. He really instilled this discipline and this work ethic.
Mo.
He began to turn pitches into memories. And from the hot corner, he would rise like the skyline itself, snagging balls from the air. Connections became seamless, and these connections would become the rhythm and soul of an era, carrying memories from the walls of Cher to the bright lights of City. And of course, he would be the first to make the apple rise.
At
He
City.
asked for the torch. He earned it.
To my teammates, coaches, and staff, it's truly been an honor of a lifetime to take the field with you and serve as your captain.
The World Baseball Classic.
His foundation became resilience. And in that process,
It's about this team. It's about the organization, the fan base, the city.
he became one of us. Because the grit he played with inspired us all.
Sounds good.
Hey, take care, Radiant. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that.
In this town, legends aren't born. They're built.
I think I'll get to enjoy those accomplishments after I'm done playing because you look at what you can do better, and I think that motivates you.
And number 5 was built differently.
I said it when I was a younger player, and I'll say it again. I truly bleed orange and blue.
Fans, please welcome the captain,
There he is.
5, David Wright.
Love the suit. He didn't step on the line. Love that. He knows. Lindor, see if David hands it off. We'll see. Is he giving it to Lindor today? We shall see. Terry. That's left side of the infield in Mets history. Murph. Oh, his dad's crying. Aww. Aww. No one's sitting. Love it. Love it. Hims.
Well, David forged many special relationships here, one of which we also honor today. Tony Carrillo worked for the Mets for 51 years, starting as a bat boy and ending up as the visiting clubhouse manager. And during his time with the Mets, Tony became one of the most beloved people in baseball. So today, the Mets are proud to honor Tony with the Mets Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement Award, which honors those whose outstanding dedication and service left an indelible mark on the organization.
Wow.
Presenting Tony with his award is fellow Lifetime Achievement
Jay.
Award recipient Jay Horwitz. Congratulations, Tony.
Oh, that's great.
Fans, we ask that you please turn your attention once more to City Vision for a special video tribute to Tony Carrillo.
Tony Carrillo.
Hey, Tony.
Tony Carrillo.
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, Tony. Sulucci from the Shea Underground.
Words cannot express the immense impact you've had on this organization.
51 years of service to the Mets. Look at that dedication.
There's no one more deserving than you, my friend. I'm so happy for you and all your family for this very special day.
So happy to see you join other Mets legends like Al Jackson and Harry Minor and our friend Jay Horwitz. It's the highest achievement a Mets employee can earn, and it's so well deserved.
No one's more qualified than Tony to receive this Hall of Fame service award.
When I think of Tony Carrillo, I think of one of the most generous people you could ever possibly meet.
Naming of the visiting clubhouse named after you. Nobody's better than you, Tony.
I'm grateful we got many years to work together, but I'm even more honored to call you a friend.
We miss having you here every day and want you to come hang out a little more often.
It's a very special day for you. I'm glad to be a part of it. Here's to many more good times, my friend.
Thanks for all the hard work, but even more so, thanks for your friendship.
Tony's distinct personality and mannerisms make him perhaps the most imitated person in all of baseball.
While your stories will be cherished, it's your friendship that we value the most. Congratulations on your award, Tony.
Congratulations on 51 years.
Congratulations on your Lifetime Achievement Award.
Congratulations on this wonderful achievement.
Congratulations.
Congrats on the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Congrats to the most impersonated man in baseball.
Congratulate you again on the award. Well deserved, my friend.
That's awesome.
Congrats again, Tony. Now, don't worry, David. Well, we're just getting started with you. In honor of your special day, the New York Mets would like to present you with some gifts to commemorate this monumental occasion. A framed jersey with your iconic number 5 uniform. And a customized mosaic made from photos of teammates.
That's awesome. Harvey.
Special people who helped pave the path to today's celebration.
Anthony Recker. That's awesome. That's so cool.
This is really a unique day in Mets history. This happens very, very rarely because in addition to this afternoon's number retirement, David also will become the 35th person inducted into the Mets Hall of Fame, which celebrates franchise excellence. And so, to commemorate David's induction into the Mets Hall of Fame, we invite his wife Molly to come up and put David's Hall of Fame jacket on him.
That blazer is awesome. Oh, it's custom. Oh, it's got pictures. His personal blazer has pictures inside. That's so cool. Man, that's sick. Wow. Wow.
And by the way, Brooks, there's one for you too.
Hey! Future Met, Brooks Wright.
See you here in about 20 years, Brooks, right?
That's what I just said.
Okay, David.
That's sick.
In a few moments, you will enter the pantheon of legends who have helped mold what it means to be a New York Met. You will forever be etched next to Mets icons. Names like Stengel, Hodges, Seaver, Piazza, Kuzman,
Hernandez, Mays, Gooden, and Strawberry.
and Strawberry. David, as you know, played his entire career right here in Queens. No player has more hits, RBIs, runs scored, or total bases in the history of
Or walks.
And today, it becomes official. No New York Met will ever wear the number 5. Ever again. Fans, we ask that you please turn your attention to the retired numbers in left field.
Here it is.
Where David's iconic number 5 will live forever. Congratulations, David. That's not rain. Those are tears of happiness and pride. Right now, Captain, the ship once more is yours. David Wright.
Here he comes.
First of all, an incredible congratulations to Tony Carullo. Well deserved. This is unbelievable. Last time I took this microphone, it was just before midnight on September 29th, 2018. We won 1-0 in extra innings. I drew a walk and popped out to the first baseman. Now, that might not seem very memorable to most of you, but to me, that meant the world. That night, I fully realized the extent of the relationship I had developed with the city of New York, and in particular, this Mets fan base.
Aww.
I'm not sure who cried more that night, me or my sleep-deprived daughters who stayed up way past their bedtime to cheer on their dad in his final game. I mentioned this incredible moment in my life, not to reminisce, like a lot of us old, broken down, former players like to do, but to acknowledge that we have truly formed something extraordinary in this game. An 18-year-old kid from Virginia having the privilege of being a lifelong Met and developing an unbreakable bond with the best fan base in baseball. Now, whether or not I earned this love, this respect, can probably be debated. I never accomplished my goal of bringing a World Series back to Queens, but I promise you, I gave it everything I had and wanted it just as badly as you did. And I think this fan base recognized that and was willing to genuinely have my back and support me unconditionally through the good and the bad. And for that, I will always be thankful. People often ask, what does it take to get to the big leagues? I learned at a relatively young age that there is no magic pixie dust that you can just sprinkle on a kid and ta-da, magically become the third baseman for the New York Mets. What I can tell you is, for me, looking back on it, the recipe was pretty simple. Want it more than everybody else and be willing to work harder than everybody else. Have a top-of-the-line support system. In this support system, have two parents named Ron and Elisa, and four grandparents named Cletus, Henry, Helen, and Marie that were willing to sacrifice all of their time, energy, and money to make sure I could play this beautiful game as often as I liked. Also in this support system, have three terrific younger brothers named Stephen, Matthew, and Daniel that challenge you every day to become the best role model you can be, and along the way, teach you how to compete in everything in life. Baseball, ping pong, wrestling, pizza eating, didn't matter. We were competing in it. Then surround yourself with friends that treat your successes the same way that they would treat their own. And along the way, understand that you will never have this game, on or off the field, figured out. And lean on your teammates, coaches, and staff to help you through the rough stretches. And speaking of teammates and coaches, surround yourself with some of the best in the game. After that, find a continuation of that same structured support system with a wife named Molly that partners with you, that takes that same work ethic and goal-setting mentality into life after baseball, in particular parenting, all while becoming a very mediocre soccer, softball, and baseball coach to your three kids, Olivia, Madison, and Brooks. A big thank you to Steve and Alex Cohen. I can't thank you enough. and their awesome support staff for this incredible honor and for your friendship. And on behalf of this amazing fan base, thank you for your dedication to making the New York Mets the best organization in the game. And thank you to their predecessors, the Wilpon family, for allowing me to live out my dream of playing for my favorite team.
The booze.
It was instilled in me at a young age that if you give this wonderful game, it'll give back. I gave everything I had to this game, and this game has been so gracious in what it has given me, including playing in front of 40,000 friends in each night for almost 15 years. So in closing, if you would have told a young David Wright to close his eyes and imagine this day, I would have said you're crazy. No way. Impossible. Then I would have went out to my backyard in Virginia and hit off a homemade tee with balls that were falling apart at the seams until it got dark outside to prove you right. My three wonderful kids, Olivia, Madison, and Brooks, often use the term for real life, when on occasion, they're telling the truth. Well, to borrow their term, this sure doesn't feel like for real life. Thank you so much for allowing me to live out my dream in front of you each night. I love you so much, and let's go Mets.
Fans, one more time for the eternal captain and number 5 of the New York Mets, David Wright.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely wonderful.
A day with few parallels in Mets history. The absolutely beloved captain of the Mets, a lifetime Met, David Wright, sees his number go to the rafters. And he may have been able to barely hold back tears, but
Absolutely wonderful.
I'm sure that the rest of us were able to do so.
I thought it was a wonderful speech. I think he did everything that he had to hit. Thank you to Met fans.
That was awesome. That was absolutely incredible. So they're going to have to clean up the field. And I hope I can time this right. For those of you that came for the broadcasting side of things, well, it is coming in just a couple of minutes. The David Wright ceremony has concluded. As I'm going to get the lineups together and get ready to get going here. Again, hit me with some comments. Thank you to all that commented. As right now, obviously, Met game is in a delay. I put that in air quotes because we all know what that delay is. It is currently on your screen. And that is, of course, the David Wright ceremony. So, for those of you that are just joining, enjoy the rest of the ceremony. And then after that, when the game starts, when the Mets take on the Reds, I will be doing radio play-by-play commentation, radio-style play-by-play commentation, as that is exactly what I'm doing right now, preparing the lineups from both sides. Let me know what you think in the comments. How was that ceremony? I thought that was absolutely incredible. Let me know anything else that you may have. Anything else maybe that you want to talk about? Maybe anything David Wright, something 2025 New York Mets, something along those lines. Let me know. He ran off. Aw, now he's going over to the red side. Is that Francora? Terry Francora? Might be. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I want the Mets to go out and get Jose Trevino. And of course, Trevino is not playing today, or he's not starting at least, when I wanted to discuss why I want him and the reasons why I think he would be a good fit. Oh, David's getting the golf cart off. Oh, Jose.
We saw before the game today, you getting a little bit emotional when David was talking. Why does this day mean so much to you?
Well, I know David since, 2001. He's like my brother, you know, just to be here and this team do that for him, you know, that's unbelievable, you know, like I said, I call him my brother, you know, he deserves everything that this organization do for him. Like I say always, he was good for the community, he was good for this team, and he's better human being. He's unbelievable human being, I'm sorry, yes, awesome human being.
Jose, David mentioned during his press conference today that, you know, on its face, the two of you are polar opposites, but like you said, you became brothers. What was it that connected you the way that you did?
I don't know, I think since Guy Conti was closing a league, and he called to the office and he said, you two guys gonna be the left side of the infield in New York for a long time, you know, and after that,
That's true.
so, you know, like, D, I love you so much, you know, like I said, you deserve everything this team do for you, because you got a good heart. I'm sorry, you know, I'm emotional right now.
Finally, obviously there are so many amazing moments, and it doesn't need to be one of those. It could be a smaller one, but do you have one thing that when you look back on your time with David stands out above all else?
You know, one thing that I never gonna forget, like when I come back to play here, when he retired 2018 or 17, I can't believe it that I was playing third base.
F.
You know, so 2003, I never think that's never gonna happen, you know, because he's the greatest third baseman for this organization for a long time. And you know, that was kind of like, you know, that was weird for me. Like, you know, I was a shortstop and then I'm gonna step in third base, his position, you know, that was crazy, you know. But one thing that I always gonna remember was the walk-off he got against Mariano Rivera. I'm gonna never forget that.
Jose, always great to see you. Thanks so much for being a part of it.
Thank you. Sorry about
Thanks, Steve. You know, it struck me when David came out from behind third base and stood on the third base bag and then bowed to all four corners of the ballpark.
That was awesome.
That was channeling Tom Seaver. That's what Seaver did when he returned to Shea Stadium after his exile. And David, I'm sure in tribute.
Oh, definitely. He grew up with them. Nims!
The franchise icon to whom he can be best compared, he was paying tribute.
Well, I think Seaver always said that the reason he did that, you know, he loved Broadway. And when people would come out after they'd done the play, they were able to stand in front of the crowd and bow to them. And that's why Seaver wanted to do that on the mound, where he made his magic happen. And Dave to do that, I think, well, we won't be able to ask him when he comes up in the booth if that was an homage to Seaver. But, you know, Seaver is considered the franchise. But David Wright is unique in so many ways because he is
Oh, the security guards.
the greatest homegrown player this team has ever developed. He's the greatest homegrown player and only played for the Mets. He grew up loving the Mets, living in the Tidewater area. He was born in 1982. My first year for the Tidewater Tides was 1982. It's just a full
Hey, Winker.
circle moment, and finally,
Oh, he walks through the clubhouse one last time. That's awesome. That was great. They did an awesome job with the David Wright ceremony. Again, Mets Digest, stay tuned. I'll be calling the game radio play-by-play style once it transpires. Once it starts. And here's Cliff Floyd.
Even all these years later, you didn't play with David all that long. There's a certain loyalty that he has from his peers. I know you guys still keep in touch. What is it about David that maintains these types of connections all these years later?
He never wavers. Like, he's always the same guy. Like, anything he does is about being organic and being real and keeping it real. And, you know, one thing that we that kept us sane playing here, and I try to do my best with him, is we laugh, man. We had a great time every single day in the clubhouse. From Ramon Castro to him to whoever it was, our corner was always on fire, laughing and having a good time. And today's easy, right? This is the easy part of it, but he grinded through, and you can talk about unfortunate this or that, but when you think about today and what it means to him, it means the world.
Cliff, they put David next to you because they wanted you to help show him how to be a big leaguer. I know that you had a lot of fun with him, but what was the moment for you when you realized, you know what, this young guy, he's different. He's built different.
Some guys walk through the doors, man, you got to pick them up and dust them off a lot, right? And with him, to answer directly, a week, right? You're like, hey, he don't need me. I don't know what everybody's talking about, because what happens is you try to bottle up what was taught to you, right? And give it the best you can. It wasn't just him, it was Hosey too. And so our biggest thing was just make sure they know they have to make time for themselves. Like, you have to do it. And once he got a grip of that, he'll tell you he needed us. He ain't needed that much.
Cliff, one of the things I feel like gets lost on a day like today, because of how good of a person he is, gets lost how great of a player he was. So from a peer, from a fellow player, when he was at his peak, what was it that made him so special?
His ability to adjust on the fly. I think that made him who he is. He'll tell you he wasn't the most gifted. He was very gifted. He'll tell you he wasn't athletic. He was very agile and athletic. So all the things you look at with what he's done, and then the luxury of playing 14 years here in Queens with the pressure of knowing that you got to be the carrier and you the face of the franchise. He handled it so easy and so well that, you only get, I feel like this, the only way you can do that is you're humble as heck. And when you have that humble bone in your body, and you have some ability like he had, I mean, the sky's the limit like today.
Cliff, always great seeing you, man. Thanks for the time.
Seeing you.
All right, Gary, back to you.
And I think Cliff hit it on the button. There's a great humility about David Wright. It's what attracts everybody to him. His great play on the field was one thing. His leadership and his ability to deal with people where they were was a spectacular quality. We'll come back with more interviews and more of the David Wright number retirement ceremony in just a moment.
So you just heard it from Gary Cohen. We're going to get more interviews, so we're going to listen a little bit more to the ceremony. We're going to listen to everyone that gets an interview, and then eventually the Mets are going to play a baseball game today, and of course I will be calling that radio style, play-by-play, as I am just pulling up right now all of my player notes and all that. And we will get into this. I'm actually very curious as to when the Met game is going to start, because obviously the ceremony lasted longer than anticipated. The game was supposed to start at 4:15, but it is a slight bit past that. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because it's just a good game, or a good day, I should say. It's the ceremony. It's the franchise getting his number retired. Well deserving of a delay for today's game against the Cincinnati Reds. I wonder who else they're going to interview. My assumption is going to be probably Kodai. You'll probably see Murph, maybe. I don't know, all those people that were present at the ceremony. Those of you that are just joining, welcome to Mets Digest. I'm your host, Mike Duda. As today is, of course, the jersey retirement and the induction into the New York Met Hall of Fame for the fourth captain in New York Met history in David Wright. So welcome. Welcome if you are just joining. If not, hello, hello. Good to see you again. Make sure you guys are commenting. I'm very, very open to responding to them, especially right now in the midst of some commercial breaks. Whatever's on your mind, let me know as we are returning. My assumption is we'll be returning with some interviews. Here's some more highlights, including the first home run at Citi Field ever, of course, hit by David. The apple.
This David Wright 5 moment is presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. David
There it is.
Get the first Mets home run at Citi Field. Franchise leader in hits and doubles and runs and RBIs and extra base hits. Seven-time All-Star.
Wow. Hits, doubles, runs, RBIs, extra base hits. Seven-time All-Star. Basically a 300 average. Two-time Gold Glover.
Spectacular numbers. He was the linchpin of the Mets lineup.
87 go-ahead homers.
Hitter extraordinaire for some really good Mets teams that got to the postseason in 2006 and 2015, and there might have been some heartbreaks along the way, and David addressed those during the press conference today, things that he would have worked out differently, but on the whole, this guy had a career that most players dream of.
No question. And
he had a wonderful career.
The thing is that the back injury that really, and he got hit in the head, if you recall, and it shortened his career more. The back, a serious back injury. He could have played. He wound up playing off the years, and the numbers would have been just off the charts. It just would have been a greater numbers.
There he is.
What he did in his career. You know, there's so many things that makes David unique. But I think in this market, authenticity is huge. For a guy that was the spokesperson for his team, if you're a fan, you felt like you knew David because he owned up.
Oh, I got a baseball.
But he also owned up to the bad times as well.
Well, in just a moment, David Wright's going to be throwing out the first pitch. So let's go back to the Citi Field public address announcer, Marisol Castro.
Fans, we now direct your attention to the mound for a very special ceremonial first pitch. Throwing out today's ceremonial first pitch, please welcome one more time, David Wright, along with his children, Olivia, Madison, and Brooks. Catching today's first pitch is David's longtime friend and Mets bullpen
Yep.
pitcher, Dave Arganello, David's wife Molly, and David's parents Ron and Elisa. David, Olivia, Madison, and Brooks, it's your pitch.
David threw a perfect strike. Hey, not a bad throw from Brooks. Future Met, Brooks Wright. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That in David's last game in 2018, his eldest daughter, Olivia, who was then 2 years old, threw out the first pitch, while Madison was still in her mother's arms. Brooks had not even been born yet, and now all three of them, all grown up,
Yeah.
a big part of Daddy's celebration, and get a chance to savor just how
Absolutely amazing.
their father is among Met fans. Let's go back downstairs to Steve.
Gary, I'm here with someone who has a very unique perspective on David Wright. That's, of course, the great Michael Kodai, who not only played
Kodai.
during that 2015 run, but grew up with David in Virginia. And when you look back on those days as a child, I mean, successful. But what do you remember most about a young David Wright?
I remember, when he said in his speech how he was going to go work on a tee with broken down baseballs and prove people right. That was who he was. He was a grinder. He worked. He saw a goal, and he was going to do everything in his power that he could do to attain that goal. And here we are today.
You obviously knew him for such a long time and then played against him in the major leagues and heard about, I'm sure, the type of leader that he was. When you got to play with him, though, in 2015, did you learn anything new about him or see it in a different light?
Well, what was cool for me when I saw it, because, obviously he was a captain, and the respect that he gained, but when he walked into the room, it's like he commanded the room. And he didn't demand the room. Like, he didn't go in there all brazen and chest pumped out like, this is me. But when he walked in, he had that presence, and everybody knew when he was in the room, and everybody wanted to follow what he was doing. And that's the definition of a leader.
He didn't like to talk about it at the time, but now I think we're far enough away that we can ask, what did you witness on a day-in, day-out basis from him as he was just scratching and clawing to get back onto the field each and every night down the stretch?
Yeah, obviously he wasn't around because he was in California doing what he needed to do to get back to playing with us, but I was able to keep in touch with him. Just the day in and day out maintenance work and what he had to put his body through to be able to come back and help us get to where we needed to go. And to his credit, he never stopped. And he always had that goal in mind to get back. And then he comes back and the first at bat, he hits a homer. So it's amazing.
Yep, Citizens.
As long as you have, what is the one moment or story when you look back on your friendship that you think really personifies him either as a person or a player?
So when we got into Philadelphia, I know that story is told when he's in full uniform with cookies, waiting for us.
Insomnia.
That's who he is. That personifies. He's a team-first guy, cares about his friends, his family, and his teammates, and cares about the organization deeply. And I think that summed it up right there when we got there in Philadelphia.
Michael Kodai, always wonderful to see you. Great catching up for a little bit.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, Garrett, back to you.
The Wright family, after throwing out first pitches for today's game, after David Wright joins the pantheon of Mets greats at season number 5, raised to the rafters at Citi Field. David Wright 5 on SNY, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. The captain has been honored. Baseball ahead. That's in Cincinnati Reds.
All right. So you heard it there from Gary Cohen. Baseball up on the horizon. So when they come back from commercial break, I will be rolling with my broadcast. So for those of you that are just joining, welcome to Mets Digest. I'm your host, Mike Duda. We just had the ceremony. The man, the myth, the legend in David Wright. He has been honored. And in a couple of minutes, it's baseball. It will be baseball coming up soon. Mets versus Reds. Just putting the finishing touches on the lineups. Make sure that I have those there at my disposal. And ready to watch this game, call this game. It's going to be awesome. I'm very excited. Beatty's over at second. And, of course, we got Luis Torrens behind the dish. They got Friedel out there in center field today. McLean's going to be playing second. Ellie De La Cruz over at short. They got Austin Hayes at the DH this afternoon. Gavin Lux hang out in left. Spencer Steer first. All right, so my assumption is this is going to be the last ad. At least I hope. And then I'll get to calling a game. I'm going to stop talking now. That way, when we get back, I can start my open. And let's go. New York Met Baseball. with your new play-by-play announcer for the day, Mike Duda. Again, if you want it up in the background on your TVs, that is perfectly fine, but I will be calling it as if this is a radio broadcast. There is a difference between that, which you will probably find out when we get into it. Five forever. David Wright's number has been retired. He's inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. The ceremony has concluded, and now it is time for baseball. The Cincinnati Reds visit the New York Mets at Citi Field here in Queens, New York. And a good matchup today between a National League East team and one from the Central. It is the 51-47 Cincinnati Reds against the 55-43 New York Mets. Mets are just half a game out of the National League East. They are up on the San Diego Padres by a game and a half for the second wild card spot and trail the Milwaukee Brewers by 2.5. Speaking of the Brewers, their division rival Cincinnati Reds in fourth right now in the Central. They are 2.5 wild card games back of the Padres, 7.5 back in the Central. David Wright still in the house as Clay Holmes gets ready to take the bump for the New York Mets, as the 32-year-old will get yet another start. After his last start, he got his 100th inning pitched for the first time in a season in his career. That was, of course, on the 13th at Kansas City. He surpassed the most innings pitched ever in a single season in just his 13th start on the 7th of June out in Colorado against the Rockies. Wright and family will be in the house tonight, or this afternoon rather, as we are getting prepared for first pitch. Take a look today at the Cincinnati Reds lineup. They're going to start it off with TJ Friedl out in center field, a double lefty. Following up with Matt McLean, the second baseman, a double righty. Elly De La Cruz, a switch-hitting right-hand throwing shortstop in the 3-hole. Cleaning up will be the designated hitter Austin Hayes, a double righty who had a great day yesterday for Cincinnati in their 8-4 victory. Gavin Lux in the 5 spot, a lefty-righty playing left field. Spencer Steer in the 6, the first baseman, a double righty. In the 7, it's Tyler Stevenson, a double righty. He will be behind the plate, as David Wright's eldest daughter yelling out play ball. Security will help Wright off the field, and baseball will begin. Jake Fraley in the 8-hole playing right today, double lefty, and the Reds finish it out with Noelvi Marte over at third base, a double righty. Friedl making his way to the dish to face Clay Holmes, as you see his numbers here, and a very solid year from Clay Holmes in his first season as a starting pitcher. A 3.31 ERA over 19 starts, 8-4. Some people were thinking that Holmes could be an all-star because he was tied for the lead in the National League in wins for an extended period of time, but that ended up fading away, and he was, of course, not named an all-star. Holmes is set, ready to go. First pitch coming to Friedl, and it's low and away with the slider. 1 ball, no strikes. Friedl last night 0 for 2, but he made MLB history. 3 hit-by pitches. That is the most ever in a game, tied for most, as Holmes goes back to the sinker and finds the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. He went 0 for 2, scored 2 runs, had a strikeout, and his other 3 plate appearances was hit. As the 1-1 fouled off his legs, he gets hit, and that might have actually clipped Stearns as the Met catcher goes down. Clearly in some pain, as the foul ball took right to the shin guard for a ball and 2 strikes. So Stearns will shake it off. Working with his pitch comm now, that might have been hit. So now 1-2 will be coming its way once Stearns is set, and yes, he is. Now a 1-2 coming to Friedel here in the top half of the first inning. Nothing ball game at Citi Field. Way upstairs, and that one might have clipped the home plate umpire, as he will now have to walk. So back-to-back pitches that are clipping either the umpire or Luis Stearns back there, and some control issues right now for Clay Holmes. Back-to-back sinkers that missed. Holmes in his career against the Reds, 1-1 with an 8.4 ERA. He's thrown 15 total innings over 12 games. One of them was a start, and that was not this year. He's only had 4 starts prior to 2025. One of them came against Cincinnati, as he misses up and away at a 95-mile-an-hour sinker, offering 3 balls and 2 strikes. Each pitch from Holmes this at-bat has been a sinker. As it'll be another 3-2 offering to Friedel. Waved and missed, strike 3. Went back to the sinker for a 6th consecutive time, and Clay Holmes racks up strikeout number 1 on the afternoon, 1 away. So that'll bring in the second baseman in Matt McLean, 213 average, 653 OPS, and another wild pitch from Holmes. He did get a strikeout in his first at-bat, but he's been relatively wild, as he misses way up and in to the right-hand hitter McLean this time. Matt's had a lot of injuries in his career, despite not having the longest of stints here in the MLB. Came up on May the 15th of 2023, and just about 3 months later, landed on the injured list with a right oblique strain, as Holmes misses with another one, 2-0. Then in 2024, 2 separate IL stints, including one that landed him on the 60-day IL with left shoulder surgery. Had a slight left hamstring strain to begin this year as well, and hasn't gotten off to the best of starts. And speaking of best of starts, Holmes falling behind 3-0 to McLean, as he dots up a sinker in there at 93 miles an hour, 3 balls and 1 strike. Terry Francona, the Reds manager, and a wave and a miss there by McLean. Francona was the Reds manager all throughout David Wright's career. So that's why in the pregame ceremony, we saw Wright, going over to Francona, catching up for just a little bit. It'll be a 3-2 offering to McLean, and it's on the ground. Charging in one-hander is Lindor. Fires over to Pete Alonso in time for out number 2. So despite being pretty wild, Clay Holmes settles in with 2 away and nobody on in a 0-0 game. As that'll bring up Elly De La Cruz, who was one of the Reds that didn't have an incredible night last night in their 8-4 victory. A lot of home runs, a lot of guys with multiple hits last night. De La Cruz only had 1. He did knock in an RBI and drew a walk, also 2 strikeouts. Hitting to a .283 clip this season, as the first pitch from Holmes misses away and a bit upstairs at 95, 1 ball, no strikes. 852 OPS, in addition to a .492 slug and a .360 on-base percentage. But he does have over 100 strikeouts, as he fouls this one away. That puts him 14th in the National League with 103, tied for 24th in all of Major League Baseball. But he has been versatile. He has played in every single game that the Cincinnati Reds have played this year, just like Pete Alonso has on the Mets side of things. 1-1, waved at and missed. Good pitch from Holmes as he elects for the off-speed for one of the first times today. Finds the sweeper, and it finds no barrel for De La Cruz. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Holmes set after getting his sign from Stearns. Here's the 1-2 to De La Cruz. On the ground, backhand Lindor fires from the hole in time to get Alonso, as he skips away from first base to avoid contact. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Clay Holmes. No runs, no hits, no errors. The Mets coming to bat. So in between innings, I will be open to answering questions, comments, whatever it is that you guys have. Talk in the comments section. Let me know what you're thinking. Be sure to talk anything 2025 Mets as we are on commercial break. Now we're going to flip it over to the Mets side of things. So clean inning there for Holmes. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Really, really appreciate it. Home first here at Citi Field. 0-0 game. Mets coming to bat for the first time today. Cincinnati took game one of this 3-game home set for New York by a score of 8-4 last night in an offensive explosion, including 2 home runs from Austin Hayes. We'll get to that in just a second as it's time to take a look at the New York Met lineup. Brandon Nimmo will lead it off playing left field today. Francisco Lindor in the 2-hole at short. Juan Soto with a really, really impressive stretch here in June and July in the 3-spot playing right. Pete Alonso at first base. Mark Vientos, the DH, as the first pitch from Nick Martinez misses low to Brandon Nimmo. 1 ball, no strike. Nim's on a 12-game on-base streak. Jeff McNeil in the 6th playing center field. Ronnie Mauricio at 3rd. Brett Beatty at 2nd. And Luis Torrens doing the catching as Nimmo fouls this one away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nick Martinez on the other side for Cincinnati, and he is up in the league leader with a lot. Some good, some bad. He's given up the most doubles in all of Major League Baseball as Nimmo rips this one for a base hit, and that's another hit charged against Nick Martinez. He is tied for 9th in the National League and 13th in Major League Baseball in allowing hits as Nimmo continues an absolutely wonderful run of late to bring up the shortstop in Francisco Lindor. Second game back at Citi Field for Lindor since his first All-Star appearance in a New York Met uniform. Some speculated that Lindor was going to receive the 5th ever captain nod in New York Met history today from David Wright during the ceremony. That did not happen. But Lindor, alongside Alonso, Nimmo, and others, very, very happy for the Met captain as Martinez hits a curveball for a strike. 0-1 with Nimmo leading off of first. Lindor 0 for 5 last night. Came up in the 9th with 2 away as he fouls this one off. 0-2. Came up with the bases loaded, 2 away, in a game where the Mets were down by 4. Had a chance to tie it up with a grand slam, but could not find it as he popped up to end the contest. And now he's dug himself an early hole, down 0-2 against Martinez with Nimmo leading off of first. De La Cruz close to the bag at second. Swing and a miss. Got him on the curveball. So Martinez gets Lindor down 1-2-3 as Nick Martinez knocks up strikeout number 1 for the day. And that'll bring up Juan Soto, who had another home run last night, added to the total. He's now up to 24 on the season. He's also got 57 RBIs and an OPS well above 900 at 908. Taking all the way first pitch as it's upstairs. Looked to be a possible miscommunication as Nimmo was leading off of first. I think Soto thought that Nimmo was stealing. And that, of course, did not transpire, as now it'll be a 1-0 to the left-hand hitter. Up and in. Called strike. I don't know how that was called a strike. That is... Wow. That was quite the strike call. Carlos Mendoza in the dugout just shaking his head in awe and disgust. So it's a 1-1 to Soto as he fouls this one off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That is Manny Gonzalez behind the plate. And he just made a real bad call. As Soto is now down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nimmo leading off of first, 1 away here in the home first. No score as Nick Martinez steps off the mound. Martinez coming off of 5 1/3, 2 earned run baseball on 84 pitches in his last outing, his last start against the Rockies the day before the All-Star break. Same day that Clay Holmes pitched the last time. As Martinez quickly checks up on Nimmo, nothing doing. Comes in standing. Mets today in their traditional home uniforms, white tops, white bottoms, with a combination of blue and orange pinstripes. Mets printed out across their chest, number on front and back. Name also printed across the back as Soto fouls this one off his leg, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. As for Cincinnati, they come in as the road team wearing red tops, as well as red caps with a black brim. Red spelt out in cursive font across their chests in white. Name and number on the back, in addition to numbers in the front. Nimmo taking his lead off of first. 1-2 offering coming to Soto from Martinez. Upstairs. No! It is not upstairs. That was a called strike 3. So a very, very interesting at-bat to Juan Soto. Carlos Mendoza already screaming in the dugout. 2 very questionable pitches to Juan Soto. One was up and in, and this one a very delayed call as I'm counting right now off the replay. That is a total of 4 seconds it took for Gonzalez behind the plate to ring up Juan Soto. So a very, very questionable call. Juan Soto not happy working his way back to the dugout. Pete Alonso now digging in as he takes a first pitch low. 1 ball, no strikes. Another checkup on Nimmo, nothing doing. Pete in a little bit of a slump of late. Just 1 hit in his last 20 at-bats, including an 0-for-4 outing last night and a strikeout. As pitch from Martinez is lined by Alonso. That one's going to fall in for a base hit in front of Lux. Lux does a good job cutting it off, though, and fires it into De La Cruz, who misses the ball, but it relays its way over to Marte, as it's a base hit for Pete Alonso. And the Mets have 2 on with 2 away for Mark Vientos. Good piece of hitting on the inside pitch from Martinez. Alonso drives it towards the pull side into left center. And Alonso gets his 2nd hit in the last 21 ABs. So here is Mark Vientos as first pitch roped in for a base hit. Will they send Nimmo to test Lux's arm? Yes, they will. It's between short and third. The relay throw is cut off, and the Mets have a 1-run lead. Mark Vientos with an RBI base hit. Nimmo scores, Alonso to second. It's 1-0 New York in the home first. Vientos going with the low pitch. Takes it to the pull side between short and third. Nimmo with a speed. Rounding second. And no chance for Lux to throw him out at the plate. So the Mets grab a 1-0 lead off a Mark Vientos RBI base knock, and that'll bring in Jeff McNeil as first pitch called strike on the upper half. No balls and 1 strike. Jeff having a pretty solid year this year. The 254 batting average, not the best. Not the best of his career considering he's won a batting title, but a 343 on base, and the slugging is up at 463 as he fouls this one away 0-2. That's good for an 806 OPS. So some power numbers starting to show for Jeff McNeil. As he is set with an 0-2 count from Martinez. Alonso leading off of second, Vientos off of first, as the fastball offering from Martinez misses high at 93, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeff with a 1.089 OPS in his last 7 days, as a 1-2 offering from the right-handed Martinez. Just off the plate. That one looked to be a little bit more friendly in terms of the hitter, as Pete Alonso jumping off of first base. He thought that McNeil got rung up, so very questionable calls early behind the plate. As McNeil with a 2-2 offering, 2 on, 2 away, ropes this one foul down the right field line. Mets still with the best home record in all of Major League Baseball. 33-15, that's a .668 winning percentage. Mets are 11-2-1 in home series this season. They were swept against the Tampa Bay Rays. But they have won 11 out of 14 series, including a couple of sweeps. As McNeil fouls this one off and continues a hard at-bat. Yeah, he had a hit and drew a walk last night, including an RBI. 6 most triples in the National League, tied for 6th that is, and tied for 8th in all of Major League Baseball with 4 triples this season. Pairs that with 9 home runs and 32 RBIs, 7 doubles as well. That's going to count for the high slugging percentage as the fastball offering from Martinez misses up, and it'll be a full count to McNeil. Runners will be in motion with Ronnie Mauricio looming on deck. Time called for by McNeil, as Martinez will be forced to step off. As the 8th-year veteran gets his sign from Tyler Stevenson and is ready with the 3-2 offering. Alonso off of first, Alonso off of second, Vientos off of first, as McNeil draws ball 4. That one is low, and that'll load the bases with 2 away for Ronnie Mauricio. So some early knocking at the door from the New York Mets. Mauricio has been pretty hot of late. Swinging to a .767 OPS over his last 30 days. 268 average, 339 on base, 429 slugging to pair with a 227 average and an OBP 1 below the 300 mark. A slugging percentage also below the 400 mark for an OPS below 700. So not the most optimal season for Ronnie Mauricio as he returns from injury in 2024 where he tore his right ACL playing in a Winter League game. Required surgery and missed the entirety of the 2024 season. But now he's got a chance to break this one open early for New York. Martinez already at 22 pitches. This will be pitch number 23 to the switch-hitting third baseman. Alonso at third, Vientos at second, and McNeil over at first with 2 away in the home first. 1-0 Mets. As Martinez misses with a curveball away, 1-0. Ronnie Mauricio, a highly coveted prospect for the Mets, was actually still ranked on the prospect list entering 2025. He was 91st according to The Atlantic in all of baseball. As fastball offering from Martinez misses up, 2 balls, no strikes. Met fans getting loud here at Citi Field already. They've been treated to the David Wright ceremony, number retiring and induction into the New York Met Hall of Fame. Their team already up 1-0 as Mauricio lines this one, but right at second as McLean fields it cleanly and throws over to steer in time for out number 3. But not before the Mets tack on a run on a Mark Vientos RBI base hit. 1-0 heading to the second. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know. Let me know what you think. Anything that you need, anything that you want to talk about in the comment section in between innings, I am more than welcome, or more than happy, I should say, to be responding to your comments. Hit me with them. Wanted to reset that, make sure I got the right comments up, make sure I got everyone's comments that are coming in. If you're just joining, welcome to Mets Digest. We're in between innings right now. I'm calling the game via play-by-play, like it's the radio. 1-0 Mets if you're just joining. So they clean first, and I think we're back? No. One more commercial break. If anyone has any looming thoughts real quick, I'm more than open to listening. Top 2 here at Citi Field. 1-0 in favor of the hometown New York Mets off a Mark Vientos RBI base hit. As it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Reds. Austin Hayes, Gavin Lux, and Spencer Steer. Against the right-handed Clay Holmes, who had a pretty clean inning. 16 pitches, was wild, but got a 1-2-3 frame. As Hayes takes a first pitch curveball on the inner half, or rather a sweeper. 0-1. Hayes with a great night last night, 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, 2 homers, as the sweeper misses away, slider rather at 81, 3 RBIs and 2 walks. So a good night from Hayes, and he credits it to a combination of batting practice and tacos, as the 1-1 offering is on the ground and foul, as Mauricio backhands it in foul grounds, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Before the Reds started their series last night on Friday against New York, the team came into Citi Field on Thursday after the All-Star break. It was an optional workout, and the entire team ended up showing up, and they ended batting practice with an opposite field contest. Now, Austin Hayes, the winner of that contest. So, you would think that's his rationale for having a great night last night, right? Well, he personally credits it to the 3 tacos he had before the game. As now Holmes with a 1-2, and this one's roped into left field. Nimmo coming on, makes the sliding grab. Nice play out there in left field by Brandon Nimmo to retire Hayes 1 away. Marvelous grab there by Nimmo. Focus, determination, lays out, and does so successfully. As now Gavin Lux digging in. Lux, the only professional player, minor leagues or major leagues, in the history of baseball from Indian Trail High School. A highly coveted Los Angeles Dodgers prospect, as he takes the first pitch in there for a strike from Holmes, 0-1, who started out with the Dodgers, optioned and recalled a handful of times, and then traded to Cincinnati just before the season started on January 7th, as Holmes misses upstairs, a ball and a strike. Traded for Mike Sirota, not Soroka, Sirota, the Reds' 14th prospect, now the Dodgers' 6th prospect, and the number 99 prospect in all of baseball, in addition to the competitive balance A, pick number 37 overall, as a low and away offering from Holmes, waved at and missed by Lux. He did go around on the swing, 1-2. Gavin had a nice night last night, 2 for 4 with a double. 21st in the National League in on-base percentage as the 1-2 fouled away. Lux's on-base percentage at the .355 clip. Absolutely sold out crowd here at Citi Field. We saw some sprinkles. We saw some rain as Holmes misses up and away. That was during the ceremony and the celebration of David Wright's career, but it has cleared up. And as for now, we are on with baseball. A lot of fans looking up at the rafters. Of course, number 5 finally there. As the 2-2 grounded back to the mound. It's a 2-hopper to Holmes. Fields cleanly, throws over to Alonso in time for out number 2. So a 1-3 put out for Holmes. And there's 2 away here in the second. So that'll bring up Spencer Steer, the Long Beach, California native. Same hometown as New York Met pitcher Tyler McGill, who has spent a significant bulk of the season on the injured list. Unknown if or when he is going to return, as Holmes clips the outside corner to Steer, 0-1. Steer not so hot in the past 30 days nor 15 days, as he fouls this one away down the right field line, 0-2. But he has been red hot over his last 7 days. A .333 average, .333 on base, .667 slugging, good for a 1 flat OPS over his last 7 days. Good for a total average this season of .248 and a .707 OPS. As now it's going to be an 0-2 offering from Holmes. Here it comes, and it's lined into center field. Left center falls for a base hit in front of McNeil, who plays it on a 2-hop. He'll fire this one over to second, and Steer thinks twice about hitting second as he hits the brakes instead and pulls in with the Reds' first hit of the game. Great job there by Steer. Able to just poke it out into left center. Takes an outside pitch and pulls it. But regardless, he did his job. And that'll bring up the catcher in Tyler Stevenson. As first pitch fastball hits the inside corner, 0-1. Stevenson has been a serviceable catcher, particularly on the defensive front. A .727 OPS is not bad, especially with a 97 OPS plus. That's just below league average. However, it's really been Jose Trevino who has been the great catcher for Cincinnati. His average is a lot higher, better OPS as well. But instead, the Reds have been looking Stevenson's way. 1-1 offering from Holmes. Did he go around? Yes, he did, says the crew chief over at first base. So it'll be 1-2 to Stevenson, with Steer leading off of first and 2 away. As Holmes looks in, gets his sign. 1-2 here in the top of the first. Mets lead 1-0. Here it comes from Holmes. Waving a miss. Strike 3. Got him on the curveball. So it's Clay Holmes who works his way through a base knock. 1-0. Going to the bottom of the second. All right. Another inning down. The baseball Pruist. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're a loyal watcher. I hope you're enjoying the first ever live stream on this channel. I was honestly baffled to find out that there has never been a live stream here on Mets Digest. I'm very happy that I could be the first to do so. Obviously joined not too long ago, about 3 months ago. So I figured we should have had at least one live stream, right? Well, that answer is, in fact, no. That's why I'm here today. Hopefully you enjoyed the David Wright ceremony. We were watching that here on Mets Digest. We've actually been live since 2:45, so now 2 hours and 15 minutes. And now we are watching New York Met baseball, doing some play-by-play commentation, almost like a radio announcer. And bad update, I am 1 water down and just 1 water to go. Not great. Anyone else that's hanging around, welcome or welcome back to Mets Digest. Hopefully you've been enjoying the stream so far. Drop any comments, let me know what you think. Anything to work on, anything that you like, anything that's on your mind, New York Met, say it. I'll be responding in between innings, as of course I'll be commentating the game during play. Home second here at Citi Field, 1-0 Mets lead. As a Mark Vientos RBI base hit gave them their first run of the game. As for Cincinnati, they have been held to just 1 hit over the first 2 frames. It was a Spencer Steer base knock on the David Wright ceremonial day. Both the number retirement in addition to him being inducted into the Met Hall of Fame. Brett Baty to kick it off Nick Martinez, and he ropes this one down the right field line. Does it stay fair? Yes, it does. It's gone. Kiss it goodbye. Brett Baty into the Coca-Cola corner. It's a solo shot. David Wright is happy as the Met third baseman playing second today launches one for a solo shot. 2-0 New York. So Baty, with his 10th home run of the season, gives the Mets a 2-0 lead off of Nick Martinez, who, as I mentioned earlier, has definitely had some struggles in terms of giving things up. That being doubles, where he is first in the National League in most doubles against. Home runs as well. He has given up the 17th most home runs in the National League. 9th most runs, 9th most hits, as Luis Stearns digs in and takes a curveball low. Citibank donating $2,000 to No Kid Hungry due to the Brett Baty home run that made it 2-0 Mets, as Stearns with a 1-1 count on him. Just a bit low from Martinez, 2 balls and 1 strike. Interesting note on Nick Martinez, with the exception of missing July 29th, 30th, and 31st of 2022, as the 2-1-2 Stearns lined at third, but caught over there by Marte for out number 1, as the order now will flip back to Brandon Nimmo. So with the exception of those 3 days in July of 2022 when he left for paternity leave, Martinez has never been on the Major League Baseball injured list. Now, he's played in 8 seasons. This is his 8th season. But you may think, well, he debuted in 2014, so how is that possible? Well, as Brandon Nimmo digs in and takes a curveball in the outer half for a called strike, 0-1, Martinez actually ended up playing in Japan for 2018, 19, 2020, and 2021 before returning to the States in 2022, as Nimmo takes a fastball in the up and away corner from Martinez, 0-2. He had a 1.62 ERA with the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks in 2021, and then returned to the States in 2022, signed with the Padres, re-signed after that year, signed in 2023 with the Reds, and then re-signed for this season in the winter of 24, as curveball misses low to Nimmo, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So definitely the journeyman for Nick Martinez, coming in on 1-year deals on multiple occasions. As Francisco Lindor is on deck, as Nimmo pops this one up. Ellie De La Cruz had it for a second, but it's going to be Gavin Lux as this ball continues to get some carry, and Lux has to go to the basket catch right at about the hip level to make the play, as the wind kind of took that into nowhere. So It's a fly out for Nimmo, and that'll bring up Francisco Lindor, who struck out swinging in his last at-bat. Fans holding up the captain sign. On the day that the captain was honored, the 4th in New York Met history, some thought Francisco Lindor would be named the 5th as he shows bunt and actually squares, but fouls this one away, 0-1. Of course, that did not actually transpire. It was the celebration of David Wright, and he did not pass the torch to Lindor. A lot of people looked at Francisco Lindor making his first All-Star game as the 0-1 offering from Martinez is fouled away down the left field line. And they said, well, how is he deserving of this? Well, how is he not deserving, I should say, over the first 4 years of his New York Met career in 21, 22, 23, and 24? Well, when you listen to the statistics entering the All-Star break, they're not as great as you would think as he waves and misses at the curveball from Martinez. So he gets out of the inning, but not before Brett Beatty goes deep to give the Mets a 2-0 lead heading to the 3rd. Guess we'll pick up that Lindor story when we return. Apologies for having to go on my phone in between innings, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to refresh the feed on my phone, which is where I'm checking for quality purposes, making sure that you guys are getting the optimal stream. Make sure that everything is going well. Again, in between innings, let me know anything that you want to talk about the Mets or about David Wright, whatever it is that you may want. We are here, and I will be talking about whatever you need in between innings. Of course, during the innings, I'm going to be calling the game like a radio announcer, but in between, you got my attention, whatever it is that you may need. Hope everyone enjoyed David's ceremony today. One of my personal heroes as a kid, I would say. Definitely one of, if not my favorite New York Met of all time. Absolutely loved growing up with David. So glad he was able to get his honoring this afternoon. Very well deserving honoring, I might add. Top of the 3rd here at Citi Field. It's a 2-0 game in favor of the Mets off a Brett Beatty solo shot, as it'll be 8-9-1 due up for the Reds, starting with Jake Fraley playing right field today as the left-hander takes a first pitch fastball from Holmes out of the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. And inside there from Holmes, 2 balls, no strikes. Fraley has had a kind of up and down season. He started out pretty hot, but then got pretty cold down the stretch as he ropes this one in for a base hit in right field. Soto chasing it to the wall. Fraley will try for 2. It's fielded out there by Soto as Fraley pulls in with a stand-up double. So Jake Fraley gets things going early here in the 3rd inning for the Reds. Man on second with nobody away. So after Fraley got on with a base knock, or a 2-bagger, I should say, that's going to bring in Noelvi Marte, the 3rd baseman, double righty, who takes a first pitch called strike from Holmes, 0-1. Marte's had success against the Mets, 6 for 17, including 2 RBIs in 4 games. With Fraley leading off of second, as Holmes misses away with a slide piece, 1 ball, 1 strike. Marte, part of the Luis Castillo trade that sent shortstop Edwin Arova, the Mariners' number 9 prospect, as Marte swings and misses, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Arroyo, in addition to right-handed pitcher Levi Stout, the Mariners' 7th prospect, right-handed pitcher Andrew Moore, and of course Marte for Luis Castillo. All of those prospects brought into Cincinnati. Castillo brought to the Mariners in 2022 at the trade deadline as they were trying to make a push. And Marte has now been up in the bigs as he takes this one inside and hit him. So Holmes on 1 and 2 hits Marte as that'll put on 2 runners now and the top of the order for Cincinnati in TJ Friedel. Marte okay as he's trotting his way over to first base. Friedel struck out in his first at-bat against Holmes, but now has a chance to, at minimum, move the runners over and try and get at least a run here in the third for Cincinnati as they're down 2-0 in the top of the third. Fraley off of second, Marte off of first. First pitch and a bunt shown by Friedel as he fouls it off into the catcher's glove. Stearns making sure that he can get it at first, and it ends up into right field, and Fraley's going to score. What a weird play that just transpired. I think this is going to go to review because it was questionable if that was a foul ball or not. But it looks like that was just a swing and just a strike. Stearns thought that Marte was taking too big of a secondary over at first base, and he threw it to first rather, and he did it almost nonchalantly with Beatty backing up second. Alonso was charging because he showed bunt, and both of them missed the ball. So that's an error on Stearns. It is not a foul ball, as now Friedel fouls this one away, 0-2. Very interesting play. We've seen some very odd plays so far early in today's contest. And that is how the Reds are going to score their first run. It is off a 2-base E2 from Luis Stearns, as now Clay Holmes is going to have to bear down as his lead is cut to just 2-1. 0-2 offering from Holmes. Curveball misses low and away, 1-2. So, getting the replay feed from SNY, Stearns bobbled the ball, and it looked like a foul ball was called. This one's on the ground. Alonso back shuffling to the bag to make the play after cleanly fielding it one away as Marte doesn't move. That was just a weird play because Stearns thought that just in case, maybe he thought it was a foul ball, maybe not, but just in case, he wanted to be reassured and throw the ball to first base because Marte was just hanging off of first. And if that ball was caught, if that's a foul ball caught by Stearns, his first pitch called for a strike to McLean, 0-1. If that was a called strike, or rather, if that was a foul ball that was caught, that's an out, and you can double off the runner at first. Even if it's just a strike, Stearns wanted to throw to first to try and get Marte, who was leading far off of first base, and was kind of casually walking back to first. But instead, Beatty was not on the bag. Alonso was in due to the bunt formation, and that led to the ball going out into right field. So now it's an 0-2 count, as this one's lined between short and third for a base hit. So McLean with an RBI knock. Marte scores, and we are all knotted up at 2 here at Citi Field with 1 away in the third. Clean piece of hitting, and after some miscues from the New York Mets, the Reds have now tied up this game, as with 1 away and a man on first, they're going to turn it to their superstar in Elly De La Cruz. Ellie has been one of the biggest bright spots in all of Major League Baseball as first pitch roped down the left field line, but foul. Ellie hit for the cycle in just his 15th career game. Additionally, 13 games later, on July 8th, he stole 3 bases, including home, on just 2 pitches. So a wonderful start for De La Cruz, but not so good there. Grounds it to Mauricio. 1, and the relay throw from Beatty in time. Double play. So a 5-4-3 gets Holmes out of the jam, but not before the Reds tack on 2. 2-2, heading to the bottom of the third. Ladies and gentlemen, that might have been the weirdest play that I have ever seen. That was just weird, what happened with Luis Torrens there. Wow. That's all I can say right now is wow. Weird play. Let me know your thoughts. Give me anything that you want to talk about here in the comment section. I'll be responding. Of course, in between innings. 3-4-5, do up for the Mets. I think I might be behind on my TV. Maybe not. I don't know. I just fast forwarded it just in case. So, we'll see. See if I was behind or not. Glad the stream looks solid, at least from my end. I'm trying to get the comment section back up. Trying to do my, I guess, ensure that the quality is good, I guess, as we await the bottom of the third. Juan Soto set to lead off the bottom of the third. 2-2 game here at Citi Field between the Reds and the Mets. First pitch curveball misses off the dish from Martinez. 1 ball and no strikes to Soto. Soto had a very interesting at-bat in his first plate appearance. Was called on 2 very questionable pitches as the 1-0 in there for a strike on another curveball by Martinez. The first one was certainly up and in, but was called a strike. And then the second one looked high. I personally thought it was a ball, but it was called a strike. But the weird thing about it, it was 4 seconds after the pitch, after the ball was caught by Tyler Stevenson behind the plate, as Martinez misses with a backdoor fastball low and in. So a very interesting AB for Soto in his first year in the largest contract in sports history. 2-1 on its way. It's a curveball that misses low, 3-1. Coming back from the All-Star break, fans in outrage prior to it that the June National League Player of the Month was not named to the All-Star team. Had an OPS above 900, had 23 homers going into the break. And Soto not named an All-Star. As the 3-1 on the ground over to second. McLean with plenty of time fires over to Steer for out number 1. So with that, Pete Alonso will dig in for his second at-bat. A base hit back in the first to break a 1 for his last 20 streak. He has been pretty cold after being one of, if not the best first basemen and players in the National League all throughout the first half of the season, as Alonso gets all of this one out to left field, but it is caught out and left. I apologize. I did not read that correctly off the bat. It looked definitely more promising than it was, but it was just an easy out for Gavin Lux. As that'll bring in Mark Vientos, who broke a cold stretch with a base hit. He was starting to come out of that cold stretch a little bit in that Kansas City series, but struggled last night as first pitch to Vientos misses up. 1 ball, no strikes. He went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts at the dish, and people thought he was back into his slump, and then he got an RBI base hit for the Mets in his first AB today. Fastball on the low half of the plate from Martinez, a called strike, and that allowed it up to add a ball and a strike. The splits from Vientos this year, not good, especially when you compare it to 2024, as curveball there from Martinez misses out, 2 balls and 1 strike. Mark had 27 homers and 71 RBIs last year, 266 and 837 OPS, 136 OPS plus, but he has been way worse this year, 219, 630, 81 OPS plus as he hits this one on the ground. De La Cruz fields cleanly, fires over to Steer in time for out number 3. So the Mets go down 1-2-3 as we head to the 4th, 2-2. All right. Another inning. We are through 3, ladies and gentlemen. Through 3. Feel free to throw some comments in there. I'll be responding in between innings on the David Wright ceremonial day. Give me your comments. Anything that you're thinking. Write them down there below. Top 4 here at Citi Field. 2-2 game between the Cincinnati Reds and New York Mets on David Wright's day. Retirement of his number and inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. As it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up for Cincinnati. Hayes to start it off, that being Austin Hayes, as first pitch slider misses low and away from Holmes, 1 ball and no strikes. Hayes in his 8th season here in the MLB. Formerly an All-Star back in 2023, as he fouls this one away, 1 ball, 1 strike. With Baltimore for the majority of his career, then was flipped at the deadline to the Philadelphia Phillies in the Sir Anthony Dominguez trade that sent Dominguez and Christian Pache to Philly, or rather to Baltimore, in exchange for, of course, Hayes. And then he signed with the Reds this offseason as sweeper misses low from Holmes, 2 balls and 1 strike. Clay had a weird 3rd inning as with a runner on 1st and 2nd, it was a bunt attempt as Holmes misses up and in 3-1. And Luis Torrens, the catcher, ended up throwing back to 1st to try and backpick Marte, and nobody was there. Pete Alonso had charged in on the bunt. Beatty went to go cover first because that's what happens on a bunt, as the 3-1 misses low, ball 4, so Hayes draws a walk, first of the day from Clay Holmes to pair with a hit by a pitch. And when that happened, the ball went into right field because he wasn't alert. He wasn't ready for it. So the ball went into right field. Soto picked it up, but it was not in time as both base runners advanced 2 bags, which included the first run of the game to score Fraley, and then Marte later scored on a base hit from McLean. So that is how Cincinnati has gathered both of their runs, I should say, as this one's on the ground from Gavin Lux, but foul. A 1 offering from Holmes. This is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Holmes in the largest contract of his career, likely because it's the only contract that he's signed with the intention of being a starting pitcher. Never a starting pitcher before this season, as the 1-1 offering clips the top of the zone, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Over in the other box with Gary, Keith, and Ron, David Wright has joined them on his day. Plenty of tears from his family, all tears of joy. There was some rain in the ceremony today, but it all has cleared and all weather looks pretty good as Holmes' offering misses off the plate, 2-2. Dots him up, strike 3 on the inner half. So Gavin Lux goes down via the strikeout. 3rd K of the day from Holmes, and there's 1 away. So with that, that'll bring up Spencer Steer. Steer had a base hit, the first of the day for Cincinnati, back in the 2nd, his first AB. As first pitch from Holmes misses low, 1 ball, no strikes. Steer was off to a bad start. After April the 6th, he had a .083 average and a .362 on-base percentage. As the 1-0 offering coming from Holmes on the ground down the left field line, but foul. Then after May 10th, the average in OPS read 185, 554. But since a 288 average and 807 OPS for his current statistics, which don't look as bad as that putrid start was, a 248 average and 707 OPS for the Reds' first baseman. 1-1 on its way, misses off the plate, 2 balls and 1 strike with the slider. Against the Mets, Steer has some experience. 7 for 39 in 13 games played with an 883 OPS. That's thanks to 4 home runs. He has 7 hits. 4 of them are home runs as he pops this one out into center field. Giving chase is Beatty. McNeil coming in, and Beatty makes the grab out in deep right center. Fire back to first, not in time. Real nice play by Brett Beatty to retire Steer for the 2nd out of the inning. Beatty had to run a long way for that. But he was able to track it down. That probably could have and should have been either McNeil's ball or Soto's ball. But backpedaling Beatty, able to find it. Brett has been a really solid defender for the Mets this season, especially in lieu of Mark Vientos not panning out so far the way that you wanted him to, as Tyler Stevenson digs in for his 2nd at-bat as Holmes misses upstairs 1-0. Vientos, in addition to the offensive struggles, has really struggled in the field. And Beatty has taken over as the 3rd baseman as Stevenson lines this one into center field. That'll fall in front of McNeil for a base hit. He stutters with it as that'll allow Hayes to go to 3rd. Stevenson held up at first with a base hit. So Tyler Stevenson with his first base hit of the day, as that'll advance Hayes first to 3rd, still with 2 away. So that'll bring up Jake Fraley, the double lefty, out of Caravelle Academy. One of 6 major leaguers or rather professional baseball players, one of one in the MLB to do so from that school. Came in as a pinch hitter yesterday as he lines this one in for a base hit in front of McNeil as it hops in front of him. So it'll be an RBI base hit as Hayes comes in to score. Jake Fraley gives the Reds the 3-2 lead. So Holmes, he's been hit pretty hard today. That is the second base hit of the inning and the 6th hit already that Holmes has given up today. He's been someone that traditionally, especially since starting his role as a starter, has given up not too many hits. 21st coming into play in the National League in WHIP at a 1.26. But he has been hit pretty hard so far today over the first 3 2/3 as the first pitch gets away from him upstairs. 1-0. Runner on first and a runner on second. That being Fraley off of first, Stevenson off of second with Marte at the plate as he waves and misses. Hard swing from Marte. 1 ball and 1 strike. Noelvi was hit in his first at-bat, coming off a 1-for-5 outing in last night's victory. Had 2 strikeouts as well. As 1-1 waved at and missed, so back-to-back wave and misses from Marte gets Holmes ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was just Marte's second career at-bat, or this is, I should say, his second career at-bat against Clay Holmes. 0-for-1 and now with a hit by a pitch. As Holmes looking to give him strikeout number 2 and the first of the day. The 1-2. Waved at, hit on the ground, backhanded by Mauricio, fires over to Beatty in time as he holds the bag. So a nice play by Mauricio and specifically by Brett Beatty to get the Mets out of the frame, but up before the Reds strike with a 3-2 lead. So, David Wright just joined the booth over there with SNY. That's awesome. He's the man. I don't really know what's happening right now with my feed. Just want to make sure that we are all good and you guys are still getting quality. Again, let me know what you think. Give me anything that you need or anything that you want, I should say, over there in the comments section. Mets got to wake up. Some sloppy play. This Reds team is better than I would have thought. They're surprising. Welcome to the viewers that are just tuning in. Welcome to Mets Digest. Welcome to the David Wright ceremony. Home fourth here at Citi Field. 3-2 Cincinnati Reds lead. After 3 consecutive runs scored by Cincinnati. Mets coming to bat here in the home fourth as it'll be Jeff McNeil, Ronnie Mauricio, and Brett Beatty. McNeil had a lot of action in the last half inning out in center field. A couple of balls falling in front of him for Reds base hits en route to them taking a 3-2 lead. First pitch coming from Martinez is a curveball that clips the low part of the zone. McNeil not happy about it, visibly frustrated. 0-1. Jeff obviously won a batting title in 2022 as he fouls this one away. Was an all-star that year, all-star in 2019. Something that not a lot of people know, or not a lot of people probably remember, is that McNeil finished 6th in Rookie of the Year voting back in 2018 and was the 15th in National League in the MVP votes in 2022 as he skies this one in the air out to right. Fraley has a read on it, makes the play, one away. So Nick Martinez has done a solid job of settling in. That is now the last 8 batters that have been successfully retired. As Ronnie Mauricio looks to change that. First pitch coming from Martinez is waved and missed, 0-1. Fouled away, 0-2. Mauricio, nicknamed El Chimi, as he signed with the Mets as an international free agent back in 2017. And, of course, had that really long IL stint that lasted into this year. A total of 458 days on the IL as he rockets this one out to right field, but it skips foul. So some promise from Mauricio. He's got a lot of power. He's a big power bat, taking his first career swings off of Nick Martinez, but just a little bit too raw is what Met fans are saying. A little bit too raw in the sense that his power is there, his arm strength is there, but he just needs to learn a little bit more, needs to be seasoned a little bit more as a player for some long-term success, hopefully in the future for one of the Mets' top prospects. 0-2, waved out a miss, strike 3. So Martinez has retired the last 9 batters successfully now, as he racks up strikeout number 5 of the day, and that'll bring up Brett Baty with 2 away. Baty launched one into the Coca-Cola corner in his last at-bat. As curveball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Baty came in off the bench last night, had a pinch hit base hit, but had a blunder in the field today, despite being traditionally a very, very sound fielder, especially this season, where Luis Stearns fired it over to first, and because of the bunt coverage, Pete Alonso was in. He was charging, so Baty was responsible for covering first, and the ball just went right by him. 1-1 offering, misses upstairs from Martinez, 2 balls and 1 strike. That helped the Reds strike twice that inning, that of course being in the second, and Cincinnati then tacked on another one in the top half of this inning. So now 2 balls and 1 strike coming to Baty, as he ropes this one in for a base hit. Brett Baty 2 for 2. Let's see if he rounds second. Fraley backhands it, and Baty thinks twice about going 2, but he pulls in with his second hit of the day. 2 for 2 for Brett Baty, as he pulls in with a 2-out knock to bring up Luis Stearns. Stearns made hard contact in his last at-bat, but lined out hard to third as he digs in for his second trip. Fastball called strike on the low and away corner, 0-1. Stearns has not had the best year offensively. He's been a great defensive catcher. He really throws out runners almost at ease, and he's a good body behind the plate, but he just hasn't been there on the offensive front as the 0-1 pitch roped foul down the left field line, 0-2. Just a 212 average, 281 on base, and 594 OPS coming into play. That has now dipped to a 211 average and a 590 OPS. So definitely not the best from Stearns, who has seen a lot of time as the everyday catcher, especially with Francisco Alvarez still in AAA. As time is called for, looks like we might have a pitch comm violation or a pitch comm issue. If not, it's just Stevenson who wants a word with his pitcher. Stearns, nicknamed Churro, did not appear in only 4 games at all to start the season from March 27th till April 25th. And all 4 of those games came from a right forearm contusion after a spiked pitch hit him in the home opener on April 4th with a negative MRI. And he was really solid. He had a 241 average, 675 OPS, with the best coming on the 13th of April, 333, 942. As a quick check on Beatty, nothing doing. Then, from the 25th of April till June 20th, when the Mets demoted Francisco Alvarez, he appeared in 2 or more consecutive games on just 4 occasions. As the 0-2 pitch coming from Martinez waved at and past the outstretched glove of Elly De La Cruz. He tried to backhand it, but it skipped him, as that'll be a base hit for Stearns with 2 away, putting 2 runners on for the top of the order in Brandon Nimmo. Let's see what that scored. Should be a base hit, as it just missed. De La Cruz's glove was just a hair too high, as De La Cruz went to the ground to try and field it, tried to backhand it, but it ended up skipping away. So it'll be a base hit for Stearns, as that'll bring up Brandon Nimmo, who had a base hit of his own and later scored back in the first. Nimmo has been not only hot of late, but he has started to really put up some good power numbers here in 2025. Something he really hasn't done throughout his career. Waves and miss aggressively at that curveball there from Martinez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wonderful pitching matchup coming tomorrow. Andrew Abbott and David Peterson will go at it. 2 All-Stars. Abbott with an ERA just north of 2 this year. Peterson with an ERA just north of 3, including a complete game shutout of the Washington Nationals back in June. Nimmo over his last 30 days, a 322 average, 939 OPS. He has been red hot this past month, as the 1-1 on its way fouled away. Good pitch for Nimmo to hit a low fastball, but could not get it. 1-2. Nimmo previously 2 for 6 against Martinez before coming into play today. Had a double and 2 RBIs. Also 2 Ks, but now adds a 1 for 2 outing to that day, as it's fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Martinez still keeping a solid enough pitch count. 65 right now as we're in the home 4th. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nimmo looking for something the Mets have not really done very well all year, and that is get a hit with runners in scoring position. Just a 232 average with runners in scoring position, as Nimmo flies this one out to right, and Fraley is there. So that average that is second worst in the National League will not get better. 3-2 Reds. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Going to the 5th. Mets cannot hit with runners in scoring position. It is just absolutely insane. They just have what seems like zero ability to do so. It's gotten bad. Yeah, it's gotten real bad. Try and get the comment section back up. I don't know where it went. Comment section is not coming back. Oh, there it is. We found it. Top 5 here at Citi Field. 3-2 in favor of the Cincinnati Reds, as they will have the top of their order due up, starting with the center fielder, TJ Friedel. Friedel 0 for 2 to this point with a strikeout. Signed as an undrafted free agent. There is a really interesting story to tell about TJ Friedel. And no, it is not the fact that he made history with 3 hit-by pitches, the most ever in a game, or tied for most, rather, last night. And that being the odd signing story on August the 4th of 2016. According to Jonathan Mayo of MLB.com, as the first pitch from Holmes misses outside, 1 ball, no strikes, MLBpipeline.com has learned Cincinnati will sign University of Nevada outfielder TJ Friedel for an undisclosed bonus. As the 1-0 coming from Holmes, on the ground, chopped in front of him, as this story will have to wait, as Holmes makes the underhand flip to Alonso in time for out number 1. So with 1 away, nobody on, that'll bring in Matt McLean. McLean had a base hit back in his first at-bat. That was in the 3rd. That drove in the go-ahead run. First pitch from Holmes, curveball that hits the top of the zone, called strike, 0-1. McLean from a very athletic family, as it'll be an 0-1 offering here from Holmes. Skied in the air, so another story will have to wait, as Alonso camps under it, makes the play, 2 away. So quick inning, quick work here from Clay Holmes to start the top of the 5th, and with that, Elly De La Cruz will dig back in. Elly has quite the family story here in 2025. He wears a locket with a photo of his parents, Antonio and Carmen, during games. It was a photo that he took when he signed with the Reds as an international free agent back on the 2nd of July, 2018. And his teammate, fellow All-Star Andrew Abbott, he had a quote as Holmes misses up and away, called ball. Looks pretty good, 1-0. But Abbott said, quote, very strong family. He's very family-oriented. How he grew up has a lot to do with who he is as a person. As did he go around on that outside offering from Holmes? The answer is no, and it's quickly 2-0 to De La Cruz, someone you do not want to fall behind 2-0 to. Then, earlier this season, on May 31st, while in Chicago, his sister, as the 2-0 pitch coming first, is grounded to Beatty. We'll have another story to tell later as he makes the underhand flip in time, almost a collision. And a nice play by Brett Beatty on the charge. Going to the bottom of the 5th, it's 3-2 Cincinnati. All of my stories got interrupted. That's annoying. That's really annoying. We got bulk of our order coming up. 2, 3, 4. Lindor, Soto, Alonso. Let's go make some noise here in the home 5th. Or let's try. Welcome to the new viewers that are just tuning in. Welcome to Mets Digest. Welcome to our live stream today of David Wright, the ceremony of the captain. His number was retired. He was inducted into the New York Met Hall of Fame. And a great day that I'm now taking over as the radio play-by, or a similar to radio play-by-play commentation. Of course, Howie Rose is on that call for the radio. We'll return in just a couple of seconds, it seems, for the bottom of the fifth. Home fifth here at Citi Field. 3-2 Cincinnati Reds lead. 2-3-4 due up for the Mets. Lindor, Soto, Alonso. Francisco 0 for 2 with 2 Ks so far against Nick Martinez, who gets into inning number 5 of work as the first pitch fastball misses up and away. 1 ball, no strikes. On a day that we talk about leadership, as the 1-0 misses low on the curveball, 2 balls, no strikes. On a day we talk about leadership and honor number 5 in David Wright, we talk about Francisco Lindor as well. He is someone who didn't know a word of English upon enrolling in the United States, as Martinez misses with a fastball 3-0 early to Lindor. Upon entering the United States at 12 years old, he didn't know a word of English. He would write, "I don't understand to communicate." Now, his high school coach, Tim Layden, said he's got $1 million smile as the offering from Martinez on 3-0 hits 3-1. And he said that's what we'd always tell him. In case baseball doesn't work out, that smile will get you somewhere. Well, it definitely did. It got him to the United States at age 12. He didn't know English. He didn't know a word of it. He learned the language, and now he is just one of the most liked players in all of baseball. The amount of charity work that he does as he waves and misses at a fastball 3-2 is just next level. The Francisco Lindor Scholarship Fund, financial assistance to students at his high school in Montverde in Florida, volunteers at youth clinics at his home country of Puerto Rico as he waves and misses another fastball. So the hat trick for Francisco Lindor, all striking out looking, as Martinez racks up yet another strikeout, third today on Lindor, 1 away. So that'll bring in Juan Soto, as Soto 0 for 2 today with an odd strikeout in the first inning, got rung up on some pretty bad pitches in a very odd sequence, and then he grounded out to second in his last AB. Martinez has really settled in of late. Besides a couple of base hits that he's had surrendered in the fourth, he has been pretty clean ever since that Brett Beatty home run back in the second that made it 2-0 Mets. And then he allowed his offense to get to work, and his offense has given him now a 3-2 lead that he tries to hold on. But he's fallen behind 2-0 to the dangerous Juan Soto, who has just had a marvelous career. A career 160 OPS plus hitter, as the 2-0 fastball clips the low and away corner, called strike 2-1. Remember, a 100 OPS plus is Major League Baseball average. Soto, 6th in the National League in home runs entering play, tied for 9th in the bigs. Mets could use one from him now as the curveball clips that inside part of the plate. Martinez has done a nice job going to the curveball all day today. He has really, specifically to Soto, frozen him on that curve. It's something that he doesn't go to very often. He only goes to it 10% of the time so far this year coming into play. And that's down from last year of 12. As the 2-2 goes back to the off-speed. This time it was a slider that misses up and away. And now the count is full to Soto. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pete Alonso on deck. Soto had a home run in yesterday's contest. Alonso had a base hit earlier today, as Martinez looking to work through the bulk of the Met order. The full count offering misses low, ball 4. So Soto draws yet another walk, smiles, and has some friendly words to exchange to Nick Martinez, as that'll bring up Pete Alonso, who had a base hit back in the first. Now hitting with Soto on first and 1 away. 3-2, Reds lead. As Martinez digs in for his first offering to Alonso. Right down Main Street, 92-mile-an-hour fastball that hits, and it is 0-1. In his career against Martinez, Alonso 0 for 4. Mets have faced Martinez just once coming into play. As Soto going, the throw down, not in time. Juan Soto able to end up with a stolen base. And he is someone, he's not very fast, but Juan Soto knows how to steal the bases as he gets his 12th stolen base of the year, rather, as he got a great jump and often does. He almost gets a walking lead that nobody notices, and then it turns into more as Alonso fouls this one off, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It gets into more in the sense that nobody notices how Soto is taking that lead and how aggressive he is on the base paths, and then that just turns into running. He just runs to second and usually safe. As now Alonso grounds this one towards the right side. Nice play moving over to his left, and McLean able to throw out Alonso. A nice play. It does advance Soto, but there are 2 away with Lindor's strikeout earlier this frame. Great play there by McLean. Able to roam over to his left. He was shifted over because with a right-handed batter, Elly De La Cruz was stationed in his normal position. You want the second baseman to come over with a righty in the box because most hitters pull the ball. As Mark Vientos takes a first pitch fastball up and in from Martinez, 1 ball and no strikes. Mark had an RBI base hit back in the first. Pair that with the Brett Beatty solo shot. That's how the Mets have accumulated their 2 runs thus far. As now Vientos looking for his second RBI of the day. Soto leading off of third, and Mark pops this one foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mark, the youngest player chosen on day 1 of the 2017 draft at just 17 years old. And like we were saying earlier, his 2024 was absolutely phenomenal. And then this year, the defense started to become shaky, and the offense just wasn't fully there, as Martinez with a nice pitch, but it's not called a strike on the low and away corner, 2-1. A negative 0.9 defensive WAR this season, negative 1.9 in his career. Compare that to Brett Beatty, who's got an 0.6 defensive WAR this year, and you can tell why Vientos is DHing today. Fouled away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Martinez at 86 pitches so far. Squaring off against Vientos, and he'll call time. So you wonder how much longer Martinez has in this game, due to the sheer number of pitches that he's thrown. Reds hoping they can extend him into the 6th. Vientos looking to make this a 3-3 game or better. 2-2 offering. Popped foul. And we will see another pitch. Excuse me. Swaggy V with a 2-2 count on him. Pitch coming from Martinez. Soto leading off of third. Fouled again. So, Vientos continuing a long at-bat so far, with Soto still looming off of third base. And 2 away. Mets down by 1. Looking for a big run here. Martinez set after getting a sign from Stevenson. Here comes the 2-2. Poked foul right behind the plate. And once again, we will see a 2-2 offering coming from Nick Martinez to Mark Vientos. Vientos has looked better in his at-bats of late. This is a good example of it where he's working the count well. Next 2-2 offering. skied in the air out to right. This should be an easy play for Fraley as he camps under it, makes the play, and another inning where the Mets leave a man on base. We're through 5. Reds 3, Mets 2. How do I get the live box score? Welcome to the viewers that are just joining us. More than welcome to throw some comments down there or over there in the comment section. I'll be here responding. 4 innings to go. Mets gotta wake up on the offensive side of things. With 4, 5, 6 due up for Cincy. Top of the 6th, Clay Holmes working in his 6th inning as Cincinnati leads 3-2 over the New York Mets. Holmes just throwing his 78th pitch, which misses low and away, and held up on the swing is Austin Hayes, who's 0 for 1 today with a walk, later scored. That being in the 4th inning to give the Reds the 3-2 lead that they carry into the 6th. Off speed, clips the top of the zone there from Holmes. 1 ball and 1 strike to the former Baltimore Oriole. 1-1. Waved and missed, and it'll be a ball and 2 strikes from Holmes to Hayes. Hayes with the most experience against Clay Holmes out of anyone on this Met pitching staff. He's 2 for 8 with a double, 2 RBIs. Also struck out twice. Ridiculed with injuries the past 2 seasons, but he's been hot of late as the 1-2 check swing fouled off. And we will replay 1 ball and 2 strikes. In his last 7 days, Hayes with a 700 batting average, 692 on bases. Taylor Rogers, the lefty, gets thrown in the Reds bullpen. 1.3 slugging, good for a 1.992 OPS. And the numbers are still very good in the past 15 as the 1-2. Did he go? No. It'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes as the fastball misses high. 325 average, 378 on base, 600 slugging, good for a 978 OPS over the past 15 days for Austin Hayes. He has really started to find his zone as the 2-2 runs in and gets him. It's a dead ball and a second hit by pitch for Clay Holmes of the afternoon. Still quiet up in the Met bullpen as Carlos Mendoza, the manager, has to be thinking for a change sooner rather than later. As no, that'll be a foul ball. My apologies. It is actually a foul ball that caught the bat of Hayes. Based on his reaction coming out of the box, that looks like it was a foul ball that caught the knob of his bat instead, or rather that it caught some piece of him. Rather, it caught the knob of his bat. 2-2 as Holmes, with no time left on the pitch clock. There was not a violation called, but it doesn't matter as he missed up and away. Would have been a ball regardless, and he does throw said ball. Now a full count to Hayes. Off the plate, ball 4. So, Holmes going to walk his second batter, second leadoff walk to Austin Hayes, and that'll warrant a visit from pitching coach Jeremy Hefner. After the last time the Mets walked Hayes, or rather Holmes walked Hayes to start off an inning, he ended up scoring. That was in the fourth. That gave the Reds this lead that they have now. Reed Garrett throwing in the Met bullpen. As we take a look around the majors, National League East, definitely in a close battle all around, as right now the New York Mets are just half a game out of the Philadelphia Phillies. They just started at home against Anaheim. A 6 o'clock start over there, as the Mets in danger of losing yet another game. That would be their third consecutive loss. Phillies helped out the Mets yesterday with a loss, but the Mets not able to capitalize with a win last night, and so far are down 3-2 here in the top of the sixth. Gavin Lux now digs in and fouls this one off the back of his foot. 0-1. Lux was off to a very, very hot start. Through the month of April, entering May, a 327 average and 855 OPS, as Holmes misses low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Since, a 230 average and 665 OPS. But the on-base percentage hasn't been that bad. Even in his recent slump, despite a 230 average, it's been a 320 on base. He has been a good on-base hitter this year. The easiest on-base percentage of his career, as Holmes clips the top corner with a slider, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 21st in the National League entering play in on-base percentage is Lux, with a 355 clip. 1-2 coming from Holmes. On the ground, could be 2. Alonso fields it, but it was hit too shy and did not have enough power, so Alonso will just step on the bag for the 3 unassisted, but that advances Hayes to scoring position with just 1 away for Spencer Steer. Steer had a base knockback in his first at-bat in the second. 1 for 2. Steer, the National League Player of the Week for the week of June 29th. As he has Hayes leading off of second. Holmes comes to his set. The pitch. Called strike on the low and away corner. 0-1. A 1 waved and a miss, 0-2. So Steer falls behind early to Holmes, 0-2. Steer, part of the Tyler Mahle trade back when he was the number 11 overall prospect with Minnesota. Also sent over to Cincinnati in that deal, Christian Encarnacion Strand, the third baseman. 29th prospect in the Twin system. As this one's on the ground, Mauricio has to charge easily into third for Hayes, and a base hit with no throw for Spencer Steer. So Steer on with an infield hit, as that advances Hayes over to third, and now it's runners on the corners with just 1 away for the catcher in Tyler Stevenson. And with that, Carlos Mendoza will take a visit to the mound to pull Clay Holmes. 3-2 Cincinnati as we head to break. Rough outing. I mean, not a rough outing, just not the greatest of outings from Clay Holmes today. He was all right, but he leaves with the chance of it being 5 earned runs on the day if Garrett gives up both. So let's hope that is not the case. Any comments that you got down below, let me know. Send them over my way. I'm trying to get the comment feed back up, but I'm having a hard time doing so, to be completely honest with you. Reed Garrett on to face Tyler Stevenson. Last time Garrett pitched was a week ago in Kansas City, as the first pitch to the Reds catcher is a called strike. 0-1. Garrett will be tasked with a tough ask here, as he is going to be asked to strand runners on the corners and keep this a 3-2 game and a potential, or a close enough game, I should say, for the Mets to rally in the bottom of the sixth, as this one's on the ground. Possibility for two. Mauricio's throw is wide of the bag. Did Beatty hold on is the question. The run scores. It'll make it a 4-2 game, and it looks like Beatty did in fact hold on. So it is the second out of the inning, but the run scores in Hayes. It is now 4-2 Cincinnati. So it is a 5-4 as Mauricio rushed his throw that pulled Beatty off the bag. He's not happy with himself, as that allowed a run to score. Garrett got the ground ball that he needed. It could have been a double play. It was a double play ball, but Mauricio not able to field it cleanly enough to make it a double play. As now Jake Fraley digs in. Fraley, 2 for 2 today. A double back in the third and a base hit back in the fourth. 1-0 offering from Garrett, fouled away, 1-1. Garrett in his career against the Reds, 2 2/3 clean innings over 2 outings. Those were back both in 2024. Whose mom is a longtime Met fan, coming from Farmingdale. As the 1-1 offering misses just a tad low, 2-1. Garrett, the only Met reliever to call, or only Met pitcher on the entire staff, I should say, to call his own pitches. That's something that became big news when Francisco Alvarez was on his last couple of days on the big league roster, as Fraley fouls this one off, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fraley 0 for 1 in his career against Garrett. Noelvi Marte on deck. Holmes charged with that 4th run. Garrett looking to prevent a 5th run going to Clay Holmes' line. As the former VMI native gets set after getting his signs. Looks in, here's the pitch. Roped into right field. That's going to be extra bases as it goes to the wall out in the corner. Soto going to field it off the wall. Stevenson trying for home. Here comes the relay throw. Alonso cuts it off. The throw to the plate. Not in time. As the throw to third. Safe at third. It's Jake Fraley in with a RBI triple. And that'll make it 5-2 Cincinnati, as it'll stay that score regardless if the Mets challenge or not, regardless if the challenge is successful, and the Mets are not going to challenge. Soto did not get to that ball quickly, as it is an RBI triple for Jake Fraley. So the struggles continue here for Reed Garrett, who had an incredible start to the season as the first pitch is right down Maine for a called strike. In fact, he had a 0.00 ERA in both March and April, a 138 in May, and then a 736 in June, and a 635 thus far in July. He is responsible for the runner on third as Marte skies this one well out to right field. Soto has room, takes the wrong turn, but flips correctly and makes the play. But not before the Reds tack on another 2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th, 5-2 Cincinnati. Not good. Not good, not good. Holmes credited with all 5 of those runs. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Not good. Oh, that's right. One of the runs is unearned because it scored on the Terrence error. Oops, I put that on the wrong side. Oopsie. I'll just rewrite Martinez' name. Sorry, I was just filling out the old scorecard, and I made a mistake. Not the greatest of days for Clay. See if Cincinnati stays with Martinez on the mound. McNeil, Mauricio, Beatty. Need some hits. So Reed Garrett not able to help out Clay Holmes as Holmes' day will end with a 5 1/3 inning, 6 hit, 5 run, 4 earned, 2 walks, 3K stat line. 5-3 Cincinnati as we are here in the home 6th at Citi Field. Mets need to make a rally quickly after Jake Fraley made it 5-2 with an RBI triple. New pitcher here for the Reds. It is Taylor Rogers, who has had a lengthy career, formerly in San Francisco with the Giants. Additionally, spent some time in Milwaukee as well as Minnesota as a curveball offering, or slider rather, I should say, on the top half of the plate to McNeil. Makes it 1 ball and 1 strike. Jeff 0 for 1 today with a walk. Flew out to right in his last at-bat as he pops this one up, and it'll go out of play down the left field line, 1-2. Go back to that Tyler Stevenson running really, really hard on the Jake Fraley triple. Stevenson, not the fastest of the players. He's a catcher, but he's able to help the Reds get a 5-2 run by hustling, something Juan Soto didn't necessarily do going to the wall. As the 1-2 offering fouled away by McNeil, and it remains 1-2. So Jeff able to keep fighting it off as much as he can. McNeil 1 for 2 in his career against Rogers, including a double. As the 1-2 offering misses off the plate, 2-2. Rogers winces coming off the mound on that pitch, but I think that's more in frustration of the result, less of a potential injury. Off the plate, makes it a 3-2 count. So McNeil putting in a good at-bat here against Rogers. Rogers, of course, is the brother of Tyler Rogers. They spent some time together in San Francisco, both 2023 and 2024. Brooks Raley up in the Met bullpen. as it'll be a 3-2 offering coming to Jeff McNeil. Lefty on lefty matchup. Off the plate, ball 4, misses low and away, so McNeil on with his second walk of the contest and gets a Met leadoff base runner. So New York, of course, hoping not to strand another one. They are 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position and have left 6 on base thus far. Taylor and Tyler Rogers, the 10th set of twin brothers to both play in Major League Baseball. The 7th set of twins, as Ronnie Mauricio digs in, takes a first pitch heater up and in, called strike 0-1. The 7th set of twins, as Scott Barlow gets throwing the righty. 7th set of twins to both play in the MLB at the same time, and the 4th set of twins to play on the same team at the same time in all of baseball history. That, of course, was back in San Francisco when they played together in 23 and 24. In fact, it was the first since Jesse and Ozzie Sansino in 1990 with the Oakland A's, as now an 0-2 offering coming from Mauricio with Brett Beatty on deck. Inside, looked good, but it's a called ball, as Mauricio backed off the plate, 1-2. Rogers has eight holds so far this year. He's been solid and has been a reliable piece for this Reds bullpen. 1-2. Waved at and missed. Strike 3. Got him on the curveball. So Mauricio down on strikes for the second time today, as that'll bring up Brett Beatty with 1 on and 1 away. Beatty put the most recent Met run on the board. That was all the way back in the second with a solo shot into the Coca-Cola corner. Now we'll take his hacks with Jeff McNeil on first. First pitch from Rogers, misses low with the fastball, 1 ball, no strikes. Brett in his career against the Reds, 6 for 23 with a 607 OPS, 1 RBI in 7 games played. Obviously, those numbers increasing today after a 2 for 2 outing so far, including a base hit and a solo shot for Brett. Trying to make up on the offensive side for his defensive miscues. He's got a 2-0 count in this lefty-lefty matchup. There's a reason why Terry Francone went to Rogers as opposed to someone else, and that's because the Mets have a lot of lefties. It's McNeil who started the inning, as that pitch from Rogers misses off the plate, 3-0. McNeil, switch hitting Mauricio, left-handed Beatty, righty Stearns, left-handed Nimmo, switch hitting Lindor, lefty Soto. As a called strike on 3-0 to Beatty makes it 3 balls and 1 strike, so a hitter's count here for Brett, who is looking to just help piece together a rally for New York, who ever since that skid in June have really just been a team that's hovering, as 3-1 fouled away by Beatty. It's 3-2. Mets coming into play were 12 games above the 500 mark. Keep in mind, at one point, they were 21 games above 500, and that was before their big losing streak. And then, after they came out of their losing streak, they were all right. They did good on the road, as Beatty calls for time before the 3-2 offering. They did all right in that series against the Orioles and the series against the Royals and on that road trip. And they came in the All-Star break off a loss. In fact, their loss before the All-Star break is the 10th consecutive time that has happened. The Mets haven't won a game before the All-Star break since 2015, as Rogers misses way up. So ball 4 to Beatty. Second walk today from Rogers. In fact, second walk to a lefty for Rogers, as that might do it for Rogers' day early. Francone out of the dugout. He wants a bullpen change, and we will see it. So we'll see who the Reds go to. When we come back, it's going to be Scott Barlow. Drop your comments down below, ladies and gentlemen. We have been here for quite some time on this live stream, this watch along. We've been here since 2:45, as it is now 6:30 here on the East Coast. So 3:45, we are going strong. It was a very long ceremony for David Wright, but a very well-deserved one and a great ceremony honoring the captain, the fourth captain in Met history, known as the captain. Captain America, of course. Also, his number was retired. He was inducted into the Met Hall of Fame. And a great day for David Wright, as the Mets hopefully can back that great ceremonial day up with a comeback victory here. But we shall see. And it's coming up. Luis Stearns will be the first to face the right-hander in Scott Barlow, as the Mets have some traffic on the base paths. It's McNeil on second, Beatty on first after 2 walks from Taylor Rogers. He faced the minimum amount of batters needed in 3. In addition to the walks, he had a strikeout in Ronnie Mauricio. So the 6'3", 210 New London, Connecticut native comes on as the only MLB player from Golden Valley High School. First pitch to Luis Stearns is a called strike, 0-1. Stearns had a base hit back in the 4th, lined out hard in the 3rd inning, or the 2nd rather. So good at bats from Stearns today, as the 0-1 offering from Barlow on the ground, but foul. Last time Barlow pitched was before the All-Star break. That was on the 13th of July against the Rockies. Pitched a scoreless inning, gave up a walk, had a strikeout on 18 pitches. 7.71 ERA in 2 1/3 career innings against the New York Mets. Quickly ahead of the Met catcher in Luis Stearns, as the Mets try and rally back down 5-2 here in the 6th. Stearns skies this one out to left field. It's got some distance, but it's got some hook and goes foul. Luis Stearns definitely not the biggest power bat that you'll see. Just 2 home runs to his name so far here in 2025. And 24 dingers in his MLB career. 0-2 on its way. Fouled away. So Stearns putting in a solid at-bat, with Brandon Nimmo looming on deck. Mets would definitely want to flip it off to the top of their order. Try and get to the bulk of it. Try and get to the meat of their lineup. Stearns continuing to battle. 5th pitch. Next 0-2. A hair off the plate. That looked pretty good from Barlow, but it is called a ball, and we will have a 1-2 count coming to Stearns, with McNeil leading off of second, Brett Beatty leading off of first. 1 away in a 5-2 game here in the home 6th. Barlow ready. Deals. Foul ball once again, this time down the right field line by Stearns, so he's putting in a solid at-bat. Luis had a really, really good month of May. 300 average and a 904 OPS, but since he has just not been too hot. 135 average in June, 171 in July. All OPS is below 400 as he pops this one up. Does Stevenson have room? No, he does not. It's another foul ball from Luis Stearns. So, great at-bat continues. Excuse me. Stearns calls for time. One, two coming from Barlow to Stearns. Fouled off once again, this time down the right field line. So, Luis Stearns putting in a very, very solid at-bat. Former Yankee, former Mariner, former Padre, former Cub. That being, of course, the Yankees when he was drafted. Mets jumped out to an early 2-0 lead in just the second inning, with nobody out in the second inning, I might add. Then it was 5 consecutive runs from Cincinnati. And Nick Martinez really settled in strong, going 5 solid innings. Taylor Rogers handed off to Scott Barlow as the curveball misses low from Barlow. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crew chief over there at first base confirms Stearns did not, in fact, go. Stearns has had some strong swings this at bat. He's also had some ones where he's gotten really lucky and barely made contact. But regardless, it takes us to the 10th pitch of the AB. Just, I guess, off the plate. That looked pretty good. Francoeur is upset in the Reds' dugout as off replay, it looks like it might have missed a hair off the plate. Good pitch from Barlow. Called ball makes it 11. Stearns fouls this one off. If the Mets have any scoring chances, it's definitely now. It's been their best so far. With 2 on, 1 away, and now Luis Stearns forcing a 12th pitch out of Scott Barlow. Three-two, here it comes. Ball 4, he missed wide. Wonderful at bat from Luis Stearns and a well-deserved walk. It's the 3rd walk of the inning. 2 from Taylor Rogers and now 1 from Scott Barlow. And more calls coming to the bullpen, but because Barlow has not faced 3 batters, those calls have to just be to warm up arms. So now with the bases loaded and 1 away, it is Brandon Nimmo who comes to the plate. Red hot of late, coming off a 2-for-4 game yesterday, and he's 1-for-3 today. Very aggressive and pull happy as he waves and misses at the first pitch offering from Barlow that was nowhere near the plate. 0-1. 5-2 Cincinnati, bottom of the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 away, and an 0-1 count to the Met leadoff hitter and Brandon Nimmo, who has been great ever since going to that leadoff spot, and Francisco Lindor being moved to the 2. Another very aggressive hack. 2 great off-speed pitches from Barlow. Nimmo definitely getting extra base hit happy. He's had a very, very solid year slugging this year. Some of the best slugging that he's put up in his career. As now the 0-2 misses up and in. Make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nimmo finally laying off a pitch after being overly aggressive on the first 2. 3rd highest slugging percentage of Nimmo's career coming into play. Mets could really use an extra base hit here. The 1-2 misses a tad low. It'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Nimmo putting in a really, really good at-bat. As we got more action in the Reds bullpen. This time it's Tony Santillan, the righty, getting loose. Reds in danger with the bases loaded and 1 away. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with the heater and a huge strikeout for Scott Barlow, the first of his day. And that'll bring up Francisco Lindor, who has been awfully familiar with the K today. 3 strikeouts, 0-for-3. Lindor had a similar experience yesterday. He had the bases loaded and 2 away at the end of the game, down 4, and was not able to come up with the hit. He popped out. Although, with the bases loaded in his career, he has a .339 batting average and 7 grand slams in 115 ABs. This year, 2-for-5, including 8 RBIs with the bases juiced. Mets really want a 2-out hit here. The 1-0 from Barlow. Broken bat, chopped down the first base line. It'll be a 3 unassisted for Steer, and the Mets leave 3 more runners on base. 5-2 Reds going to the 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go back and announce the top of the 7th here. As I am back. And then hopefully this means there will be no more commercial breaks. I think that would be really, really nice if that is the case. So let's go ahead and get going. Top of the 7th, 5-2 Cincinnati leading the New York Mets here at Citi Field. And we will see the first outing from Brooks Raley here in 2025 for the New York Mets. Raley, of course, coming off of Tommy John surgery. It has now been 455 days since the last time Raley has pitched in an MLB game. He went down on April 29th of 2023 with left elbow inflammation. Of course, he is a left-hander, as the first pitch to TJ Friedel hits the bottom of the zone, 0-1. That was in 2023. He returned 16 days later, but then almost on the same day of 2024 as the 0-1 is fouled away, 0-2. That being the 21st of April 2024, he went back on the 15-day IL with left inflammation again, was transferred to the 60-day IL on June the 30th with Tommy John surgery, was retransferred to the 60-day IL after being on the 15-day injured list to start 2025 on the 30th of April, and now is finally back with the New York Mets. He was activated yesterday as that pitch misses low and away, 1-2. 454 days later, he was activated. 455 days later, he comes back to an MLB at bat, and he gets a strikeout in his first AB back. Brooks Raley strikes out TJ Friedel for the first K of 2025 for Raley, as that'll now bring in Matt McLain, who is 1 for 3 so far, including an RBI base hit back in the third. First pitch from Raley, clips the top part of the zone, a called strike, 0-1. So Raley looking real solid, coming back in the MLB so far through his first 5 pitches. He looked phenomenal in his rehab outings, as that one misses low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Raley threw 8 games in rehab, 9 innings, 7 hits, 1 walk, 13 Ks, a 0 flat ERA, and 0.89 whip. So Brooks Raley looked really, really good in his rehab outings, and of course is now back with the big league club. He was a big piece for New York before the injury, as this one skied in the air out to center field. Should be plenty of room for McNeil. He camps under it, makes the play, 2 away. So Mets coming back from the All-Star break. They dropped the opener to Cincinnati 8-4 last night. Down 5-2 right now. The last game of the series is tomorrow with 2 All-Stars going at it in Abbott and Peterson. Then the Mets host the Angels next Monday through Wednesday, and then go to play San Francisco starting next Friday night. Ellie De La Cruz, the 3-hitter, the next to face Brooks Raley as he fouls this one away, 0-1. De La Cruz so far has had a rough day. He's grounded out twice and grounded into a double play back in the third, 0 for 3. Cincinnati up 5-2 here in the top of the 7th. 0-1 from Raley. Clips the top part of the zone. No balls and 2 strikes. So Brooks Raley looking really, really solid so far. He's about to throw pitch number 11. This time to Ellie De La Cruz. Clips the low part of the zone, a called strike 3. Delay called at the plate. We saw that with Juan Soto earlier, but it's a strikeout nonetheless. Brooks Raley happy off the mound. 7th inning stretch at Citi Field. 5-2 Reds lead. And the great thing about it is that I can skip right back to action, I believe. Loud cheers for Brooks Raley as he comes off the mound after a 1-2-3 inning on just 11 pitches, returning for the first time in 455 days after getting Tommy John surgery. Raley back in the big leagues, handshakes from everyone in the dugout. And now the Mets will look to rally here in the home seventh as Juan Soto to start it off, and he takes a very aggressive cut. Waves and misses at the first pitch offering from Tony Santillan as the Reds go back to their bullpen. And this time they elect for the 6'3", 285-pound Fort Worth, Texas native. As the 0-1 offering misses upstairs, a ball and a strike. Santillan, 28 years of age. He's had a pretty solid season so far in 44 innings of work. A 3.07 ERA to pair with a 1.16 whip. 2 of 4 in save opportunities. And first time is going to be called for by Stevenson behind the plate. Last time that Santillan threw was against Colorado nearly a week ago before the All-Star break. A clean inning. Giving up 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 Ks. 1-1 offering coming to Soto, who is 0 for 2 today, but he walked in his last at-bat. Ended up reaching third, but a common theme today is that the Mets just have not been able to produce with runners on and hit with runners in scoring position. As now it'll be a 1-1 coming to Soto. Wave at and miss. An aggressive hack again from Soto. So now 2 aggressive wave and misses from Juan Soto. And it is 1-2. Mets just 1 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. They've left 9 on base as Ryan Stanek, who has had a shaky 2025, warming up in the bullpen. Waved at a miss, strike 3. Santillan goes to the fastball and strikes out Soto to start the home 7th. And the Mets 8 outs away now from a second defeat to the Cincinnati Reds. Still plenty of baseball left as Pete Alonso will now dig in. 1 for 3 today, including a base hit back in the first. But the Mets have to start working quickly, and they got to wake up quick as Alonso takes the first pitch slider offering for a called strike, 0-1. Pete now with back-to-back days with at least 1 hit, looking to make it 2 today as he's trying to break out of a slump that he took going into the All-Star break. Looked good in the All-Star game. In fact, he had a 3-run homer in the All-Star game. So hopefully that wakes the polar bear back up, who's having a career season. 0-2 from Santillan, fouled away. So a good job by Alonso to keep that at bat alive. Tony Santillan looks in, gets his sign. Little rushed against the pitch clock. Let's see if he gets one off. He actually does, as the 0-2 waved at a miss, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Santillan gets both Alonso and Soto swinging, and they are quickly 2 away here in the 7th. Tony Santillan making no time wasted as he has 19 holds on the season. He has looked real good all year. In fact, he had a 1.50 ERA through his first 12 holds. As now Mark Vientos digs in, takes the first pitch fastball on the outer half, called strike, 0-1. Vientos has one of the 2 runs for the Mets today. He drove in one back in the first with an RBI base hit as he waves and misses through that fastball, 0-2. Mets' problems with runners in scoring position and leaving men on base started back in that first inning. After Vientos got the RBI base hit, Jeff McNeil walked, and then Ronnie Mauricio left the bases loaded. Now 0-2 off the plate, and that'll be a 1-2 count to the Mets' designated hitter in Mark Vientos. A season-long struggle with runners in scoring position and leaving men on base for the Mets. 1-2 coming. Fouled away. 1-2 on its way to the Entos again. Misses low and away from Santillan, and it is quickly 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marking his career against the Reds, 7 for 27 entering play. Got his 6th RBI against Cincinnati earlier. And now the 2-2 from Santillan. Waved at and missed. Strike 3. 1-2-3 inning, all on strikeout, swinging for Santillan as we head to the 8th, 5-2 Cincinnati. All right, y'all. Do the Mets have what it takes to come back? I sure hope so. But it's looking dimmer and dimmer, and I just went out of the comment section again. Trying to get that comment section going. Let me know what you think. How have you enjoyed today's now over 4 hours of content here on Mets Digest, including a pretty brutal game, to be quite frank. Top 8 here at Citi Field, 5-2 in favor of the Cincinnati Reds. Ryan Stanek on to pitch for New York, who has had a very shaky season thus far. As the first to challenge him will be Austin Hayes. Hayes, after a great night Friday, last night, had a pretty rough game so far today. But he's walked twice and has scored both times. Which is not as powerful an extra base hit like as Austin Hayes has been. In fact, with the 2 walks today, his OPS is now up to 889 on the season. Pair that with a 291 average. He has had himself a very quiet, nice season. And if it wasn't for Cincinnati being very well in the race as he pops this one up out towards right field, this could be trouble with Soto coming in, but he's going to camp under it and make the play for the first out. If the Reds weren't so in the playoff race, Austin Hayes probably would have been a great player for the New York Mets to go and potentially at least try and pursue. But, of course, with the Reds being in it, they likely will not budge with their center fielder. Stanek has had one really good month this year. That was the month of May. He went 1-1 with a 1.04 ERA. As this one's lined through first and second for a base hit. So another one for Gavin Lux. That's his first of the day after he pulled off a 2-for-4 night last night. And 1-out trouble for Ryan Stanek. So going back to Stanek, a 1.04 ERA in May in 8 2/3. Then in April, 5.59. That was the month before, and it got even worse as he kept going. 6.23 in June and a 7.39 ERA, 7.36 ERA rather, entering play so far today. So definitely not the player that the Mets wanted in Ryan Stanek. He's just been up and down, to say the least. As Spencer Steer digs in. He's got 2 base hits today, 2 for 3. Stanek misses upstairs at 99. Stanek throws the ball hard, consistently in the 98 to 100 mile an hour range. As on 1-1, Steer waves and misses, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Steer, one of the many Cincinnati Reds in the 2023 Rookie of the Year race. He finished 6th that year. He also had Matt McLean, Ellie De La Cruz. Did he go around on the off-speed pitch? No, he did not. Once again, says the crew chief over there at first base. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stanek looks in, gets his sign in a 5-2 game here in the top of the 8th. 2-2. Skied in the air, but that's going to hook and go foul. So we will replay 2-2 once again. Tyler Stevenson due up next. The Reds catcher. Steer having a good game today, despite being 7 for 39 coming into play against the Mets in his career. 2-2. Weaved and missed. Strike 3. Ryan Stanek gets his first strikeout of the day. And that'll be 2 away off a 101 fastball from Stanek. As that'll bring up Tyler Stevenson with now 2 away and a man on. That guy, of course, being Gavin Lux. Stevenson scored earlier after reaching base on an RBI groundout. Also has a base hit back in the 4th, 1 for 3. 100 miles an hour, dots up the outside half, called strike, 0-1. Very happy day to begin at Citi Field, honoring David Wright with a number retirement and an induction into the New York Met Hall of Fame. Mets got out to an early 2-0 lead, but it's been Cincinnati ever since. Ever since that Brett Beatty homer that made it 2-0. 5-2 Cincinnati here on the top of the 8th. Stevenson with a 1-1 count on him. Fouls this one away, 1-2. Sold out crowd. They all wanted to see David Wright. And they did. And now they're looking to hopefully for the Mets see a comeback. As the 1-2 looped in the air out to right center field, coming on McNeil, and he makes the diving grab. Nice play by Jeff McNeil to end the frame as we head to the bottom of the 8th, 5-2 Cincinnati. Nice play. Yeah, boy, Jeff. Wonder who the Reds go to. Hello to all the new viewers. Welcome. Welcome to Mets Digest. Bottom of the 8th. Mets got to make a comeback. They're down to their last 6 outs. So, hoping. But we shall see moving forward. Let me know. How you liking this so far, guys? Everyone in the comment section, let me know how you've liked this stream so far. Let me know what you think of the David Wright ceremony. I thought it was awesome. Let me know if you think the Mets are going to make a comeback today. I hope. Though I'm not too optimistic about it, to be fully transparent. Heading to the bottom of the 8th. After making a nice play, McNeil, Mauricio, Beatty. Mets have just been real bad as always with runners in scoring position and leaving guys on base. 9 left on base, 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. It's been rough. home eighth here at Citi Field. 5-2 Cincinnati Reds leading the New York Mets. As after a really nice play to end the top of the eighth, Jeff McNeil now digs in on the offensive side, looking to help the Mets come back here in the eighth. First pitch called strike as a new pitcher for Cincinnati. They turn to Graham Ashcraft, 6'2", 248 out of Huntsville, Alabama. Went to the University of Alabama at Birmingham, UAB, as McNeil grounds this one through the hole. That's a base hit. It's off the wrist, maybe glove of Marte. So we'll see how they score that, if it's a base hit or not. But regardless, Jeff McNeil is on with a leadoff base hit / error. And so we will see the official scoring. Did McNeil, in fact, get a hit? That's going to be an E5. So, although he did not get a base hit, McNeil is on to lead off the inning, as now Ronnie Mauricio digs in, who has had a pretty rough day, including a couple of strikeouts. Grounds this one back. De La Cruz steps on the bag. Nice scoop by Steer for the double play. Mauricio grounds into a double play. It is a 6-3 double play, as De La Cruz shifted over towards the middle of the diamond, steps on first, fires over to Steer, 2 away. Devastating. A devastating double play for Ronnie Mauricio, as now that'll empty the bases for Brett Beatty, who had a 2-run homer earlier, and Graham Ashcraft, after giving up the error on 2 pitches, got a double play on 1, so now he's 3 pitches in and already has 2 outs. Beatty 2 for 2 today. He walked in his last at-bat, had a base hit back in the 4th, and of course that home run back in the 2nd. It was a solo shot into the Coca-Cola corner. 1-0 from Ashcraft to Beatty. Called strike on the lower end at 96, a ball and strike. Ashcraft will come at you with just 2 pitches so far in 2025. Either you get a cutter or you get a slider. Let's see what Beatty gets on the 1-1 offering. Grounded to second. This should be an easy play for McLean. Fires over to Steer in time for the last out. We head to the 9th. 5-2 Cincinnati. Brutal. Brutal with runners in scoring position, or brutal overall, I might add. This New York Met team is struggling today. Let's see who they go to in the 9th. We have, probably by the time this stream ends, we will have eclipsed 4.5 total hours. It's been a pleasure to be with you here for all of it. Thanks for bearing with me as we try the live streams here on Mets Digest. Top of the 9th here at Citi Field. 5-2 Cincinnati leading the New York Mets on the David Wright ceremony day. Retiring the number 5 forever in New York Met history. And, of course, the induction of David into the New York Met Hall of Fame. As Mets trailing by 3. They are going to look to stop the bleeding here in the 9th. As they are going to turn to a new arm in Chris Devinsky. Devinsky has looked solid this year for the New York Mets. He's got a whip of 0.75 and an ERA of 193 over 9 1/3 innings work. As second pitch to Fraley misses low and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Jake Fraley has had a real nice day today, 3 for 3, including a base hit and 2 doubles. The last at bat being a double and then reached third on an error. 1-1, popped foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mets have made a couple of moves, and down 3, it's a game that you're in because the Mets can make a 3-run comeback with 3 to go. But I'm a little surprised that they didn't end up going to right-hander Kevin Hergert, who they selected the contract of today after optioning Brandon Waddell to AAA. So the Mets ended up going to Devinsky here as the curveball misses low and in, 2 balls and 2 strikes. A couple of days ago, Mets also signed right-hander Peyton Prescott. He's hanging out in the minor leagues. DFA'd Richard Lovelady. They also sent Jose Buto on a rehab assignment. He's all the way up in AAA now as Fraley fouls this one off 2-2. Of course, Brooks Raley was activated. They signed Hergert the day before they activated him, that being yesterday. And then the day before, of course, they signed Mitch Voigt and Antonio Jimenez, their first and second selections in the 2025 MLB draft. Paul Blackburn also on a rehab assignment right now with the FCL Mets. 2-2. Just a hair inside. It's a called ball to make it 3 balls and 2 strikes to Fraley, who looks to continue a perfect day. Angels atop the Phillies right now 3-1, as with an Angels win, as the 3-2 roped, but right at Alonso, he makes the grab, 1 away. With an Angels win, the Mets would still remain just half a game out of first place in the National League East, a division that was supposed to be so competitive here in 2025. You have the Braves, the Atlanta Braves, who have fallen off pretty significantly. Then you have the Philadelphia Phillies and the Mets, who are neck and neck. But with a loss from both sides today, the Mets, as Marte swings and misses through a off-speed pitch there from Devinsky 0-1. With a loss from both sides, if that transpires, the Mets would be 11 games over 500 and the Phillies 12. That's not bad by any means, as Devinsky misses outside 1-1. But that's not powerhouse National League East level that you thought coming into 2025 you would be getting. 1-1 coming from Devinsky to Marte. Wave and a miss. So Chris Devinsky looking solid so far. Last time he pitched was exactly a week ago. He pitched an inning out in Kansas City. Over the last 28 games, the New York Met bullpen, as Devinsky misses low 2-2, has pitched more innings than their starters over the last 28 games. Starters 121 entering today, bullpen 123. As dotted up on the low and away corner for Devinsky, Marte goes down on strikes, 2 away. Holmes went 5 1/3 today, so the bullpen will pick up 4 2/3. That means with the 5 1/3, Clay Holmes and the rest of the starting pitching staff over the last 29 games would have pitched 126 1/3 innings. The bullpen, 127 2/3. It still remains in favor of the bullpen pitching more, which is just the last thing that you want. You never want your bullpen pitching more than your starters. Your starters, as TJ Friedel digs in and takes one on the inner half, 1-0. You never want your starters to be pitching more than your relievers. That's an absolute no-no. Or rather, you never want your relievers to pitch more than your starters, as Friedel hits this one well out to right field, but giving chase is Soto, makes the catch 2 steps before the warning track. As we will head to the 9th, Mets trying to make a comeback. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do the Mets have what it takes? They're going to start with Luis Torrens. My assumption is they are going to pinch hit him. Maybe not. With Winker out, you got Senga, Acuna, Taylor, and Young. None of which have necessarily been incredible, at least this year. If I had to guess, we're going to see Emilio Pagan, who has been the closer out there in Cincinnati. It should start with Torrens, but Mets have the option to pinch hit. Although, I don't think anyone on the bench is more of a threat than Luis Torrens. But we'll see what Mendy does. And he's got Nimmo and Lindor. Anyone gets on, Soto to come up. So let's hope. Let's hope the Mets have a little comeback in them. Here in the ninth, down 3. On David Wright's day. Induction into the Met Hall of Fame. Number retired. It's been a fun one. I, for one, have certainly enjoyed today. I hope you guys have as well. And here we go. Bottom of the ninth, as the Cincinnati Reds lead the New York Mets 5-2. It is the last-stitch effort for the Mets as Emilio Pagan takes on the pitching duties for Cincinnati. Reds 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. The Mets 2-6-1. As Torrens looking to at least get on base. Mets 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They've left 9 on base so far. Pagan has looked really solid this year. 40 1/3 innings of work, 2.90 ERA, 20 for 23 in save opportunities. Mets looking to provide him with his 24th blown save here in 2025. Last time he pitched was yesterday. He went in and got 1 out. Gave up 2 hits as well on 12 pitches. Luis Torrens, going to start it off. He's looked good today. Drew a walk, had a base hit, and had a hard line out. 1 for 2. As the first pitch from Pagan, 96-mile-an-hour fastball on the low and away corner for a called strike, 0-1. Torrens, Nimmo, Lindor, and if anyone gets on, Juan Soto will come to the plate. A 1. Roped up the middle for a base hit past the outstretched dive of Elly De La Cruz. Got too quickly by Friedel as Torrens took a hard turn and the throw comes in a first, but he is going to get back safely. So Luis Torrens with his second hit of the day, and now I'm 90% sure we're going to see Luis Torrens, or rather Luis Angel Acuna, pinch run for Torrens, but potentially not. Because Hayden Senger is a bit worse defensively than Torrens, it doesn't matter if Torrens scores or not. He is a meaningless run, so they are actually going to keep Torrens out there to run the bases. Brandon Nimmo now up as he takes the first pitch fastball just a hair off the plate. Stevenson didn't like it. He nodded his head almost in an oh well. Nimmo 1 for 4 today. Scored a run on his base hit back in the first. And now digs in against Pagan. 1-0. Wave and a miss. Very aggressive swings this at bat and the latter from Brandon Nimmo. As in his career against Pagan, he is also 1 for 2, including a base hit and a strikeout. Torrens rounding first, grimaced a little bit. So hopefully he is okay. He rounded first awkwardly. He got a hard turn and then kind of tiptoed his way back to the bag. And it was awkward the way he was moving his leg. So hopefully Torrens is okay. He's out there on the base paths now. As that one misses low. Stevenson and Pagan both not happy with the call behind the plate. Francisco Lindor on deck. 3-1 to Nimmo. I would say you get the red light, but we'll see if Nimmo gets it green. He's been hot of late. The 3-1 from the right-handed Pagan. In there for a called strike. Looked like Nimmo was taken all the way. Low and away corner. And now the count is full with Torrens off of first. Nimmo at the dish. If he were to get on, Lindor would be the tying run. Who's on deck? 3-2. On its way. Off the plate, ball 4. Did he go? The answer is no. Stearns advances to second. Nimmo draws a walk. So now runners on first and second on the first 8 pitches from Emilio Pagan. And now Francisco Lindor to the plate. Lindor has not had his way today. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, and he came up with a chance for RBIs and weakly grounded out to first base. But he can erase all of that with one swing here. 5-2 Reds, bottom of the ninth. 2 on, nobody away. First pitch off the plate, 1-0. With the right-handed Pagan on the mound, Lindor will bat from the left. 0 for 5 in his career against Pagan. Looking to change that here with the swing of the season. At least so far. The 1-0 popped foul. Lindor has not had success against Pagan in his career, but he's had a lot of success against the Reds. In 44 games played, 280, 352, 511, 863 OPS, 11 homers, 27 RBIs. He's got a 1-1 count with Stearns leading off of second, Nimmo off of first. Mets still have their speedsters on the bench, Tyrone Taylor and Luis Angel Acuna, as Lindor ropes this one, but it is foul. 1-2. I mention that because you're probably not going to pinch run for anybody coming up. But if they needed to or wanted to for whatever reason, the Mets can elect for one of their pinch runners. And Lindor is going to call time with a 1-2 count. Francisco Lindor walks up to the plate with the song My Girl by The Temptations, and I mention this because he usually calls time to let the crowd continue singing it. He did not in this particular at-bat, and that allowed him to use his one and only time out of the at-bat just now. The 1-2 off the plate, make it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reds bullpen still quiet. They think that, or rather not anymore. They had Emilio Pagan out there. He was the guy, but now the left-hander and Sam Moll begins throwing. Lefty on deck in Juan Soto. 2-2, 2 away, 2 on, nobody away. Lindor grounds this one foul, 2 on, nobody out. 2-2 count. So, it'll be interesting to see if the Reds go to Moll to face Soto. Edwin Diaz throwing in the Met bullpen just in case he's starting to get loose. Because after Soto, you don't have a lefty for a while. It's righty Alonso, righty Vientos, then lefty McNeil. So, I don't know why the Reds would take out their closer to face one lefty. I get it, it's Juan Soto, but we'll see. The 2-2 misses low. The count is full. Pagan in danger of walking his second consecutive batter, putting on the 3rd runner of this inning for the Mets. They're looking for some late inning heroics. Crowd on its feet. The 3-2. Roped down the right field line, caught by Steer. He gets 1, the turn for 2, not in time. And Pagan really did not like that call. Lindor absolutely roped that, and Steer, working on the backhand, was able to get his glove up to it above his head and somehow turned and threw the ball to second base. And Elly De La Cruz almost doubled off the speedy Lindor. Very, very nice play there by Spencer Steer. As there will be 1 away, Reds look like they will not be challenging. Juan Soto this season, 214 with runners in scoring position in the 7th or later. Last year, 465 in that category. Does Juan Soto have what it takes for some late inning heroics on the day that David Wright's name and legacy will continue forever in New York Met land? Soto 0 for 3 today. He drew a walk back in the 5th. Set against Pagan. The first pitch misses low. 1 ball and no strikes. In his career against Pagan, Soto a perfect 2 for 2 with a double and a home run. Looking for another one here. This is why you pay Juan Soto the most money in all of sports. Runners on the corners, one away. The 1-0. Popped foul. Soto had a chance on the up and in fastball by Pagan at 97, but could not do anything with it. So the at-bat continues. Pagan is third in the National League in saves, 8th in all of Major League Baseball. He also has the 21st most appearances in the National League. But what matters is getting him out now. Off speed misses low, 2 balls and 1 strike. David Wright, on his day, watching, hoping for some Juan Soto heroics. The 2-1. Misses low and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. And now the question is, do you give the green light to Juan Soto or not? Because keep in mind, Sam Moll is throwing in that Cincinnati Red bullpen. You got Alonso and Vientos, then a bunch of lefties in McNeil, Switch Mauricio, and left-handed Beatty. Let's see. 3-1. Runners on the corners, 1 away. 5-2 Reds and a timeout called by Soto. Ends up swatting around his face. Potentially some flies around there. But he definitely messed up the rhythm of Pagan, who will now throw his 20th pitch. Soto homered yesterday, but 0 for 3 with a walk today. The 3-1 offering. Right down the middle. Didn't go to the fastball, though, and Soto didn't want it. Soto was hunting heater all the way. Now will be forced to protect, or else he'll go down looking. Like he did in the first. 3-2 coming from Pagan to Soto. Stevenson calls time. That's a really, really smart call by Tyler Stevenson behind the plate. So the pitch will not count. As Stevenson noticed out of the corner of his eye that the pitch clock was not in Pagan's favor, he raised his arms for time, and now Carlos Mendoza is confused, so he's going to go out and try and get an explanation. He's not happy either, as really, really just smart play behind the plate by Stevenson. He recognized that when Pagan got set, there was just 1 second left. He raised his hands, but I think Mendoza was trying to argue that there were 0 seconds left on the pitch clock when Stevenson called time. Regardless, that is not a challengeable play because it is just a ball strike. Therefore, we continue play on 3-2. It is not a pitch violation for Pagan. Does not force Soto to first base. He remains in the box. Runners on the corners, 1 away. 3-2 coming to Soto in a 5-2 game Reds lead. Bottom 9 at Citi Field. Here comes the pitch. Fouled away. So Soto continuing to put in an at-bat. And when I think Juan Soto, I think to last year in the American League Championship Series when he had a walk-off home run off Emmanuel Clase. He just had this look of intent in his eyes. The look of, you won't beat me. Will Pagan beat him here? The 3-2. Roped down the right field line. It might have a chance, but it's foul. Just a couple of feet foul for Juan Soto. He missed it barely. He had a chance to tie this one up. He still has another chance to do so. It remains 3-2. It has been a great at-bat between Juan Soto and Emilio Pagan. As it looks like the umpires are going to get together. They're going to see if this was a fair ball. This is an umpire review. This is not a Met challenge. As it looks pretty clear that that ball went foul. But the umpires are going to check with the experts in New York. And after further review, it is confirmed that it is a foul ball. So we replay 3-2 again. Soto did something very similar last year in the ALCS. Put in a great at-bat, a long at-bat, plenty of foul balls. He is being the same pest in the box in this at-bat. 99th game of the season for the Mets. And he's looking for some heroics. The 3-2 offering from Pagan. Did he go around? Yes, he did. A very questionable call. Soto not happy. They say he went around, and Juan Soto goes down on strikes for the second out. It looked like he held, but the officiating crew thought otherwise. So Pagan, after getting away with a walk, well, would have been a walk because of a pitch clock violation due to the intelligence of his catcher in Tyler Stevenson, and due to the ball being just a couple of feet foul from Juan Soto, he lives another day. 2 away, runners on the corners, 5-2 for Pete Alonso. First pitch fastball right down the middle, and he fouled it off. Pete has been the best hitter on this Met team, particularly with runners in scoring position. You could possibly argue Juan Soto's been the best hitter overall. It's definitely been Alonso with runners in scoring position. The 0-1. Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Mets are now just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position today. Mark Vientos' base hit in the first, the lone hit. Alonso 1 for 4 today. He had a base hit back in the first, has been quiet since. The 1-1. Sky to the air out to right field. That one has a chance if it's gone, and no. It is caught out in right field by Fraley. The ball game is over. Cincinnati wins despite a great effort towards the end from the New York Mets. The Reds pull away with a 5-2 victory. Baseball is a game of inches, a game of feet. And the game of inches and feet did not go in favor of the New York Mets today. As Nick Martinez picks up his 8th win of the season, he improves to 8-9. Clay Holmes picks up his 5th loss. He is now 8-5 on the season. Emilio Pagan with his 21st save here in 2025. The Mets finished 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They have lost 20 of their last 30 games, and they left 11 men on base today. Time of the game, 2 hours and 58 minutes. The Cincinnati Reds improve to 52-47. The New York Mets drop to 55-44. 5-2, once again, the Reds beat the Mets. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Reds. 2 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for the New York Mets. Once again, the Cincinnati Reds top the New York Mets 5-2. That's all for the New York Mets here on Mets Digest, as the Mets drop the game 2 of their series against the Reds 5-2. They look to avoid the sweep tomorrow against Cincinnati at Citi Field. On David Wright's Ceremony Day, I'm Mike Duda. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a wonderful day. All right, so that is it. Very, very upsetting loss, brutal loss actually, as the Mets cannot pull off the comeback win against the Cincinnati Reds. And that'll do it for a great stream. This was 4 hours and 45 minutes. We watched the David Wright ceremony, and we watched the New York Mets. They couldn't pull off a win. Another upsetting victory. You heard it. 20 of their last 30 games have been losses. So not great of late for the New York Mets. But it was a great stream nonetheless. Thank you all so much for watching at any point and at all points. Thank you for everyone who commented. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I will be back on Monday with more New York Met content. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, let's go Mets.